enterprise and I ain't have to be in school by 10. I then began to encounter with my counterparts of how to burn the block apart. Break it down into sections. Drugs by these selections. Some use pipes, others use injections. Syringe sold separately. Frank the deputy, quick to grab my Smith & Wesson like my dick was missing. To protect my position, my corner, my layer. While we out here, say the hustler's prayer. If the game shakes me or breaks me, I hope it makes me a better man. Take a better stand, put money in my mom's hand. Get my daughter this college plan, so she don't need no man. Stay far from timid, only make moves when your heart's in it. And live the phrase, sky's the limit. Motherfucker. 88. And live the phrase, sky's the limit. Take a better stand, put money in my mom's hand. Get my daughter this college plan, so she don't need no man. Stay far from timid, only make moves when your heart's in it. And live the phrase, sky's the limit. A nigga never been as broke as me. I like that. When I was young, I had 2 pair of leaves. Besides that, the pinstripes and the gray. The one I wore on Mondays and Wednesdays. While niggas flirt, I'm throwing tigers on my shirt and alligators. You wanna see the inside? Huh? I see you later. They come the drama. Oh, that's that nigga with the fake. Wow, why you punch me in my face? Stay in your place, play your position. Here come my intuition. Go in this nigga pocket, rob him while his friends watch it. And hoes clock it. Here comes respect. His crew's your crew, or they might be next. Look at they man, big man, they never try, so we roll with them. I stole with them. I mean loyalty. Niggas bought me milks at lunch. The milks with chocolate, the cookies, butter crunch. 88. I had enough heart for most of them, long as I got stuff for most of them soft. Even when I was wrong, I got my point across. They depicted me the boss. Of course, my orange box cutter make the world go round. Plus I'm fucking bitches ain't my homegirls now. Start stacking, dabbled in crack, gun packing. Nickname Medina, made the scenes, took my Ninas. From gym class to English, pass off for global. The only nigga with a mobile. Can't you see like total? Getting larger in waist and taste. Ain't no telling where this felon is heading. Just in case, keep a shell at the tip of your melon. Clear the space. Your brain was a terrible thing to waste. Realizing to master enterprise and I ain't have to be in school by 10. I then began to encounter with my counterparts of how to burn the block apart. Break it down into sections. Drugs by these selections. Some use pipes, others use injections. Syringe sold separately. Frank the deputy, quick to grab my Smith & Wesson like my dick was missing. To protect my position, my corner, my layer. While we out here, say the hustler's prayer. If the game shakes me or breaks me. I hope it makes me a better man. Take a better stand. Put money in my mom's hand. Get my daughter this college plan so she don't need no man. Stay far from timid. Only make moves when your heart's in it. And live the phrase, sky's the limit. Motherfucker. 88. And live the phrase, sky's the limit. Take a better stand. Put money in my mom's hand. Get my daughter this college plan so she don't need no man. Stay far from timid. Only make moves when your heart's in it. And live the phrase, sky's the limit.
I saw my music playing. Oh, I thought I heard music. Okay. All right, everybody. All right. What is going on, man? What is going on, everybody? What is going on, man? We're back. We are back with another edition of the Notorious podcast, another edition of Notorious Unscripted, and the 2023 year-end award preview show. This is the show where we reveal the nominees for each for every category. There's 14 categories, so we're gonna reveal the nominees for every category on the show. And yeah, we're gonna be talking about them. We're gonna be discussing why they made the list. We're gonna be discussing all that good stuff. And I hope you guys really do enjoy it, man. This is a show that a lot of effort goes into out of the year. Me and Sir K spend hours upon hours upon hours putting together these lists for you guys, and all that good stuff, man. So I hope you guys do enjoy it, and we're gonna get right into that. We're not gonna talk too much about Monday Night Raw. If I were to just give you some brief thoughts to not have the elephant in the room, I thought the main event was great. I thought Damian Priest looked like a complete jackass again, because at the end of the match, even after the Claymore, Seth looked worse than he did. So there was that. We're getting Roman Reigns and Dwayne Johnson. As long as it doesn't happen at WrestleMania, I'd be cool with that. I thought the little tease was epic. Where should I sit? Should I sit at a booth? Should I sit at the bar? Or should I sit at the head of the table? Bro, I loved it. I fucking loved it. It's going to be a spectacle. Is it going to be Will Ospreay versus Kenny Omega? No. So AEW fans are going to hate it. But is it going to be a spectacle? And is it going to be a moment of two absolute legends? You bet your fucking ass it's going to be. So that's my thoughts on Monday Night Raw. I thought the show was good. And yeah, you got a brief summary, man?
My brief summary is it's basically going to be the same as yours, man. I think they made Damian Priest look like an absolute jackass out there. How do you thwart a cash-in without it actually going through? While he was paying him, he could have just handed the fucking ref the briefcase and wouldn't win the title. But no, they just made him look like an idiot, in my opinion. But I thought that match was great, and I thought Rock stuff was really, really fucking cool, man. Should it be at Mania? God, no. But it's the perfect Elimination Chamber match, and I hope we get it then. And I think it's going to be dope. It's going to be an epic fucking moment. It's going to be hard as hell, and Rock was moving like fucking like a goddamn slug, but I'm okay with that, man. 'Cause, I mean, it's how old is that man? Like 54 or something.
Right. Roman, the thing about Roman doesn't work fast anyway. So if Rock was in the ring with fucking Will Ospreay, I'd be
Yeah.
terrified because
Terrible,
the,
terrible to watch this ever.
because
But either way, with Roman Reigns.
yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, there's no way
And
he'd be able
everyone,
to keep up. Oh, sorry, what were you saying?
oh no, you're good. No, exactly. He's not fucking wrestling Will Ospreay. He's wrestling someone with a story, and Roman, he actually can go. He can match anybody's pace. So,
Yeah.
I think it'll be good, man. But that man, that was one of the fucking slowest people's elbow I've ever fucking seen, man. But overall, from what I've seen tonight, he's pretty good.
Yeah, for sure, bro, for sure. So yeah, that's obviously what we got to talk about Monday Night Raw, and Tony Khan is so lucky.
Oh, that bitch is lucky.
But he's got something coming for him on Friday. I'll say that. He's got
Yeah.
something coming for him on Friday. And if, bro, last Friday was pretty bad. And I'm not going to sit here and say it's going to be worse than that. We'll just have to wait and see. If it is, it is. If it isn't, then it isn't. But he's got something coming for him. Because the shit that has transpired in his company over the past week is fucking embarrassing. And we're going to talk about it.
Okay, we're gonna talk about it tonight with certain entry and certain category, a little bit, sprinkle that in there. But yeah, dude, that man, he's got some fucking receipts for Daddy's Boy Con because this is just fucking.
Yeah. So, other than that, man, that's my brief thoughts on Monday Night Raw. Thought it was a good show. No Andrade tonight. So as expected, if you expected Andrade to be there, you're a complete idiot. I think saving him for the Royal Rumble is the better move anyway. And I think that's what they'll do. So, yeah. So let's go ahead and hop right into the intro, man, before we get into the year-end award preview. And thank you, Logan. I appreciate it. But hey, man, this is a collaborative effort, man. We spend a lot of time putting these lists together. There's a lot more that goes into it, man. Putting these lists together, which is especially this fucking year, very hard to do.
Oh yeah.
This year it
Oh,
was
yeah.
yes, it was very hard. Yeah, and yeah, it's a lot of work goes into it, but I appreciate the compliments, bro. I appreciate the compliments for real.
Man puts in so much fucking work, man. If you guys could just see, he'll just sit here the whole time we're talking in Discord all night, fucking making images away, man. So props to this man, and some people, I'm just a sidekick, but this man, he is a true head. He is a true head of the podcast, man.
No.
He really is.
No.
He really is the head of this table.
No, man. No,
I'm just.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it, bro. But hey, dude, we both put a lot of work into the year-end awards. But we both put a lot of work into these year-end awards, bro. So yeah, no sweat off my back, bro. I'll do this shit all over again, bro. So if I had to, but yes, it's one of my personal favorite shows out of the year, and it is a joy to make. It's a lot of work, but I love it. I love recapping the year, talking about the year with Sir K, getting some outsider opinions from a certain manager of ours just to get a better grasp on, keep our finger on the pulse of everything going around. So it's truly a blast, and I love it, and it's really no, I appreciate the compliments, man, but you guys don't have to give them. It's something. I love to do it, bro. I love to do it. So it's all good, and the show turns out great every year, man. I fucking love year-end awards. Speaking of year-end awards, Wednesday, 2 days from now, Wednesday, 9 p.m. Central. That's after AEW Dynamite goes off the air. Probably about 9:05 or 9:15, Central Time, we'll be on here doing the year-end awards and giving all these awards away. But we got to show you the nominees first, man. So usually I like to post the nominees, and I am going to post them tomorrow. And I am going to post them tomorrow, but hey, I didn't want to give them away before we do the preview show. I feel like that's a little counterproductive. So yeah, man. So let's go ahead and hop right in the intro so we can not waste any more of your time. And yeah, man. What is going on, everybody? We're back with yet again another edition of the Notorious podcast, another edition of Notorious Unscripted. And with that, this is episode 176 of Unscripted. And you guys if this is your first time watching, you guys do not know how the show works. Every Monday, we're on here after Monday Night Raw with Notorious Unscripted. And every Friday, we are on here with the news at 4 p.m. Central, man. If you guys did miss this past Friday's edition of the news, that is episode 194 of the podcast. You guys can now watch that on all platforms, man. That is Anchor, Spotify, Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts. And if you want to see it first, join us right here live on YouTube at 4 p.m. Central every Friday. In that episode, Tony Khan says the devil will likely be revealed at World's End. WWE re-signs Cody Rhodes to a multi-year deal and World's End predictions and much more. Again, that is episode 194 of the podcast, and that's available for you guys everywhere, man. Also, if you guys have not got a chance to get your hands on some of the official Notorious Heels podcast merchandise, you guys can now find that. You guys can now find this merch, all this beautiful, beautiful merch, the best in the IWC, on bonfire.com. Link is at the top of the description of this very video. You got all 8 of these beautiful designs and more available on there for you guys, man. You got the Chicago flag design, the Uncrowned Kings of the IWC, the Biggie-inspired design. You got the base logo design. You got the Riddler-inspired IWC's Best Kept Secret design. You got the Notorious World Order design. That comes in 3 versions. You got the Chicago flag version, like you see on your screen, classic black and white, and the Wolfpack red. You got the Grand Slam design, the Scratch logo, and the only community that matters. All 8 of these beautiful designs and much, much more are available for you guys live on the merch shop. Again, that is bonfire.com. Link is at the top of the description of this very video. Also, man, if this is your first time watching, you guys do not know who we are here at the Notorious Heels podcast. I am Johnny Mayhem, one half of the host of this very show. And as for the other half, we got my man Sir K here. How's it going, man?
Sidekick's doing pretty good, man. Just been chilling out, man. Had a pretty. It's just one of those days where you feel like just shit,
It really is.
Dude, everybody today I've talked to felt like that, man. It's just one of them days, dude. But I'm here now. I'm happy. I'm pumped. So the good part of my day has finally started, man. But I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. Had a good weekend. And I'm about to have a great night, man. So I'm doing great. And yeah, I can't wait for the rest of this week. I can't wait for Wednesday. Not because of Dynamite at all. Because of obviously the year-end awards. And I can't wait for Friday to rip into fucking Tony Khan, man. So it's going to be a very fun week with the podcast. It really fucking is, man.
Oh, yes. Yes, we are in line for a big week, which last year, dude, first week of January or first week and a half of January, ripping into WWE like crazy because all the Vince stuff,
Yep.
And here we are 1 year later, and it couldn't be more flipped.
Oh, God, what is happening to this world?
Yeah, we got a lot to talk about, and nothing is for sure yet on certain situations. Nothing is for sure yet, but the way that these things are handled and the way these things are talked about to your media, unacceptable. Unfucking acceptable, bro. But, all right, ladies and gentlemen. So, yes. Were you finished about your day?
I just gotta ask one more thing. The thing
Okay.
I always ask, like Durante always asks,
There
man.
you go.
How's life? How's the family? For everybody in chat, anybody in the replay, and what about you, man? How are you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm good. Finally getting everything with these year-end awards wrapped up and ready to be presented. So that's cool. It's a long journey. I've spent like God. Probably like 4 to 5 hours every night for the past 2 weeks. So somebody do the math, but it's a lot. It's a lot of time. It's a lot of time. But it's I'll say it till I'm blue in the face. I fucking love doing it. I love this shit. And happy New Year to everybody. And I'm ready. I'm so fucking ready for this year, bro. The improvements on each year, bro. Last year was probably our best year. I haven't looked into any of the stats or anything like that. But if I was going off my feeling and kind of what I see and what I'm able to see, in terms of like our numbers and our interaction and like all you guys that join and stuff, that was our best year. We're only getting bigger. It's only up from here, bro. And just gotta, keep putting in that work, bro. And I've never been so motivated to do anything in my life, than the Notorious Heels podcast. I fucking sweat on here, cried on here, I haven't bled on. Actually, I might have bled on here one time. But you get the point, bro. We put it all on the line out here, bro. Every time we give you guys everything we got. And I've never been more motivated to have a better year, every single year. And I'm ready, bro. I'm ready. So, I'm excited for this year, man. And I hope you guys, I wish you all nothing but the best in your new year, bro. So, as Durant always asks, I'm good. Family's good. What about you, Durante? Pops, Duran, what's going on, my brother? And the manager, the Golden Oos, manager Logan. How the hell is everybody doing? And everybody that just so happens to not be able to join right now, man, but as part of the Replay Mafia, bro. Bell, JT, JB, Kate the Great. You guys know what it is, man. Thank you guys all. Love you guys, man. Can't forget Rich as well. So thank you guys, man. Thank you guys. And I hope you guys have a great year. And yeah, man. So let's get on to the year-end awards. So real quick, these are the categories. There it is, man. The Golden Oos. These are the categories we will be covering here today. We'll be giving you guys the nominees for all of these categories. Again, this is a preview show, so we will not be giving the awards away today. We'll be going through the nominee list and explaining to you guys why they made the list. So, again, these are the 14 categories, man. You got Men's Superstar of the Year, Women's Superstar of the Year, Tag Team, Faction, Show, Match, Moment, Return/Debut, Breakout Star, Letdown, Failed Run, Worst Booking Decision, Career Resurgence, and for our special interchangeable category, depending on the year, we have Entrance of the Year. So, yeah, man. Duran, bro. Thank you, bro. Thank you. We've been, yes, that I'll tell you, bro. Every year, you know me. That's usually all I'm talking about around this time of year because I love it. I love the grind of this year. It's like our own version of a G1. It's just something you go and go and go and go and go and you just do it fucking relentlessly and it's amazing.
Hell yeah.
So, the year-end awards, man, like I said, remember guys, not be giving the awards away today. That is, well, I got another image to show you guys. That is Wednesday, as you see it on your screen, Wednesday, January 3rd, 2024, 9 p.m. Central. So after AEW Dynamite goes off the air, whatever time that is for you, catch your boys here for the awards ceremony, if you will. Okay, man. Okay. Let's go. Here we go, man. All right. So most of these categories we do have honorable mentions for because 2023 was a fantastic year for professional wrestling. And let's go ahead and fucking talk about them, man. Let's go ahead and talk about them, bro. So first, we're going to start you guys with Career Resurgence. So as for the honorable mention list, here are your honorable mentions for career resurgence of the year. First, we have Rated R Adam. Rated R Adam Copeland. The reason he made the honorable mentions list and not the actual list is because his work was good in WWE. I just didn't really care for it. So him coming into AEW was almost a career resurgence for himself, getting to actually appear on TV regularly and tell a story with Christian. I think it's been going pretty well so far, man. But he is the first entrant for the honorable mentions for career resurgence of the year.
Definitely, man. Definitely. I think Adam Cope had a good year, man. He could have only done so much in WWE. He had a very limiting character that they liked. He was just Edge. He's just there being Edge. He could only do so much, man. But he wasn't bad in any regard, man. But he was better than last year, and he went to AEW. He's Adam Copeland now, and he's doing pretty good, man. I like his vibe. I like what he's got going on. I like all the little things he does, like wearing his old Mania gear and shit. Like, that's just some really cool shit. He's not doing nothing like too special. I mean, with Christian, he is. That story is one of the only good things on Dynamite. But him and himself hasn't been doing nothing crazy special, but he's had a good year, and it's good to see, man. So he's definitely on the honorable mention list.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Yeah, he's actually one of the few guys to come over to AEW and actually want to tell a story.
Not many of them.
So that's resurging in itself. But you want to go ahead and tell us the second one, Sir K.
Second one is Io Sky, man. She has had a massive one this year, man. Which only landed her in the honorable mentions, which isn't bad at all. I think we're mentioning her. That means she was at one point on the list, but other things had to been taken off. And although she had a great resurgence from fucking whatever she was doing last year, with fucking damage control, fucking loser control, booking control, she's here now, and she's just doing great, man. She's the breakout of damage control, you could say, and she's had a phenomenal year for herself. Won Miss Money in the Bank, became the women's champion, and weren't they tag team this year?
Or yes, earlier in the
they
year.
They were earlier in the year. So she's had a really good year this year, man, and it's a definite resurgence from last year.
Absolutely. Absolutely, man. So those are your two honorable mentions for career resurgence of the year. And now for the actual list, you will find out the reason Io made it as a singles for the honorable mention. And here are the nominees, the 10 nominees for career resurgence of the year. And as you can see, Io Sky does make the list again, but she's not alone this time. But for the first one to talk about, man, you're looking all the way to the left, top left. That is going to be Roderick Strong. Roderick Strong, the reason we put him on here for career resurgence of the year is because this man was riding around in a wheelchair, and sure, he was doing the same thing on AEW Dynamite, but on Dynamite, it actually played to a story. This man was riding around on a wheelchair and a neck brace in NXT, being the grandfather to Diamond Mine, and he's not even that old. He is a tremendous talent, and him coming over to AEW and actually getting to be a part of the Adam Cole and MJF storyline, which was their biggest storyline all year. I think that says something in itself, man. We actually got to see Roddy be Roddy this year, and even though some of his wheelchair stuff may have been really annoying at the first when it first started, I think it really warmed up to a lot of people, and Roderick Strong became one of the funniest parts of AEW Dynamite. So that is why he lands himself as a nominee for career resurgence of the year.
Definitely, man, definitely. He went from last year fucking begging for his release like every fucking 2 months, to finally getting released, going to AEW, man, and really coming into his own, man. we always griped on Roderick Strong for his promo ability. It is absolutely horrid, but in like the most positive way possible. Like, was he a great person on the mic? No. But do I ever not want to see him on the mic? No, because man, that man cracks me up every fucking time, man. Every time, he never fails to make me laugh. And I thought he really came into his own this year in AEW with all, the Adam Cole stuff, the neck strong stuff, he's in the wheelchair and whatnot. Which someone pointed out, which I totally forgot up until now, it was Joe that injured, quote unquote, his neck. So I wonder,
Yeah.
kayfabe wise when that started. So it's interesting, man. It's really interesting. But he had a really good year, and he's really come around from how fucking in the gutter that man was last year. So I'm happy to see it, man. He's definitely on that list.
For sure, for sure. Oh, think you're up, Sir Cake.
Oh shit! I forgot we do that. I'm sorry. I'm stupid.
It's
Next up,
okay.
number top row next to Roderick Strong, man. Trinity, dude. Man, was it last year that they walked out?
Yes.
Okay. Last year, she and another person on this list, actually, shocking enough, funny enough, walked out of WWE. And I will never ever blame them for doing that. In the slightest, man. They were being treated horribly. They treated the division horribly. And she went and she took her ball and she bet on it. She bet on herself. And look at her now, man. She's in TNA. Usually, I'm the type of guy to laugh when somebody goes to TNA. But with her doing it, I respect every ounce of the match. She has been great over there. She has made that women's division feel like a fucking phenomenal women's division, or the Knockouts division, I think they still call it, but phenomenal over there, man. She's doing absolutely phenomenal. Putting that place back on the map, helping to do that, definitely, man. And from the lows it was fucking last year of being treated the way they were treating to running her respective division. You gotta respect that, man.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Yeah, Trinity definitely earns herself that spot, bro. Last year, she was running around in a team with Sasha Banks doing, the glow and boss stuff and whatever they were doing. Took that long break. Didn't know if we were gonna ever see her again, man. She shows up in Impact Wrestling and becomes the face of that TNA Knockouts division, and that's very very commendable, man. She like you said, she took her ball and went home, and it really showed that it paid off for her for sure. But as for the next nominee for Career Resurgence of the Year, we have Adam Cole, baby.
And
Actually, now that we're doing this after World's End, the Devil, Adam Cole. The devil himself, man. Yes, Adam Cole lands himself a spot for Career Resurgence of the Year. And the reason for this is because the last time we seen Adam Cole in AEW, he had just lost twice to Adam Page. He was doing fuck all in AEW. Yes, doing undisputed elite stuff. It was a very, very bad group, in my honest opinion. It felt very awkward, the mix of the undisputed and the elite. It was not good. It was not good. Fast forward to this year, man, we've seen Adam Cole make his return in January. Then he would make his in-ring return. He would be off to a really rocky start with his whole feud with Chris Jericho, and he would be off to a very rocky start with all that, man. But then something was strung upon us that we had no idea what we were in for, and that was when he went face to face with the devil, MJF. Those two would become best friends and proceed to absolutely light the AEW landscape on fire, pissing off all the AEW fans that absolutely hate storytelling. So those fans probably hate Adam Cole, but for that reason alone, I love him to death. I think the world of him. He had a very, very good year this year, telling the most interesting story in all of AEW for the year. So that, for me, lands Adam Cole a spot on career resurgence of the year.
Definitely, man. Definitely, you have to. He's been phenomenal this year, man. Last year, he was in a group that felt like just the undisputed elite felt like two fucking kids playing with their figures that wanted to put their favorites into a faction together and didn't know what they wanted to do with that fucking faction. And that's actually the perfect fucking example of Tony Khan of how he books things. But yeah, last year he was horrible. He was in that group that was directionless, and then he ended up getting injured to what was almost a career-ending injury, man. And he comes back this year, and it was a rocky start with that fucking Chris Jericho feud, and then we get it. We get the Adam Cole MJF feud, which turned into the Adam Cole MJF friendship, which again turned into what's going to be another Adam Cole and MJF feud, and it's going to be fucking glorious when that man comes back. So I think he had a pretty phenomenal year, man. A crazy, crazy career resurgence from last year. And next on this list, I won't forget this time. Dude, the change that this group had from what they used to be is insane, man. Damage Control. Next up on the list, dude. They were literally the brunt of our WWE jokes last year, dude. Booking control, jobber control. Dude, at the start of this year, right before, the ball really started rolling, I was saying it every fucking week, break this group up, break this group up. And they didn't, and look what happened. They didn't, and I'm eating my words, man. This group became phenomenal, man. Started getting wins, started actually winning. EO, obviously, from the honorable mentions, went on her own, became Women's World Champ, and that elevated the rest of the group. And then they had the teases in the story of the turn on to Bailey, which is still building up and has been building up phenomenally, man. From how low this group was last year to how good they are this year, it's an insane fucking turn, man. It really is.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. You seen, you really seen this group come into their own. You really seen this group come into their own, and most importantly, man, we've seen Io Sky break out this year, man. From just transforming herself into a world champion caliber talent, man, for sure, for sure. So, for the next person on the list, it is this man himself, Christian Cage. Yes, I know what you're thinking. Christian Cage turned heel last year. Yes, Christian Cage did turn heel last year, but Christian Cage also didn't really get to scratch the surface on what his heel turn could be because he went down with injury, as we all know. And with that, this man came back this year in the beginning of the year, finished out his feud with Jack Perry, and proceeded to absolutely light the AEW landscape on fire, man. Helping his right hand of destruction, Luchasaurus, take apart that fucking boring jobber Wardlow in the middle summer of the year, in the summer parts of the year. And after that, this man got so incredibly over with the audience. Obviously, he's a heel, and people love to boo Christian Cage, but it's a loving boo, not a get off my TV boo. People boo this man because they appreciate his work, and nobody can deny the work that Christian Cage has put into his character. He's coming for fathers, he's coming for uncles, he's coming for all of them, bro. He's coming for all of them, and Father of the Year does land himself as a spot for Career Resurgence of the Year because, not to mention, one of the greatest TNT champions of all time, main evented pay-per-views this year, absolutely remarkable year, and at the age that he's at, to be operating at the level that he's operating at, absolutely tremendous. All the love in the world for Christian Cage.
Truly, man. Last year, before he even turned heel, he fucking was outworking everybody. Probably the most boring babyface, one of in AEW history to one of their most interesting heels in AEW history in AEW. He's been great, dude. He came back this year and he's been on fire, man. Finished a feud with Jack Perry. That was great. And just from feud to feud, it's just greatness of him burying fathers, um, burying uncles, coming from out quite literally. Um, and it's just been great, man. He's been on a hell of a run. Greatest TNT champ when he wasn't even technically the champ, and then he became the champ, and it was even better, man. So phenomenal fucking year for Christian Cage, and crazy to think of what he was at a certain point last year. And the next up on this list, man, Asuka, man. I mean, dog. Asuka under Vince was just there. She was always last year, just there. I really couldn't name you what she did last year, to be honest. She was kind of just floating around, and Triple H takes over. This year starts, man. Look at her. She's got the face paint. She's got the mist. She was using the mist at that point, but now it's really became like her thing. The face paint, the mist, the aura, the theme song. She's got it all, man. She's always had it all. But now this year, she's finally able to show that she has it all, man. Became Women's World Champ. Phenomenal fucking year for Asuka. Definitely comparing her to what she was under Vince McMahon.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. She had a tremendous year, giving us more of that Kana Asuka. And it absolutely piqued everybody's interest on her again, and absolutely made her one of the best parts of WWE's women's division for the year, man. And then and with the next nominee for career resurgence of the year, Mercedes Moné. Mercedes, bro. Same thing with Trinity, man. Last year, you know, she was running around fighting for meaningless tag team championships. Walked out, took a bet on herself, and at Wrestle Kingdom, man, she would reemerge as Mercedes Moné and shed the Sasha Banks skin and absolutely have, for the short time that she had, absolutely lit herself on fire, did the Japan run, was absolutely running things in New Japan and in New Japan Strong, became the New Japan, the IWGP Women's Champion, before she eventually got injured right before Forbidden Door, of course. She would get injured and go down with an injury, but that still does not take away the different level of star she brought to herself with the transformation from Sasha Banks to Mercedes Moné. How she carries herself, how she treats herself. She's a superstar, and she proved that she did not need WWE to succeed in this business, and she earns herself a spot for career resurgence of the year.
Definitely, man. Definitely, you have to. She went from walking out last year and again, also what Trinity did, bet on herself and won 10 times the money back, man. She's been phenomenal, man. She went to Japan, had a crazy ass run. Sadly, she was a victim of the Forbidden Door curse. So, no matter how good of a year you have, almost no one's immune to that, man. If it could get Bryan Danielson, it could get anybody, man. So she did fall victim to that this year, but look at her now, dude. She's on her way to coming back, and she's the hottest free agent out right now. Every company's fiending for Mercedes Moné, man. Whoever gets them is the luckiest son of a bitch. And Tony Khan better not be the luckiest son of a bitch, because I swear to God. But hottest free agent right now, and I can't wait to see where the fuck she goes, man. Next up on the list, man, Baron Corbin. Baron Corbin is a case, man. One of those guys that WWE always just slapped a gimmick on, man. From fucking Constable to King to Bum to Happy. Always had to throw a tag along. Stupid gimmick on this man. goes down to NXT, man, this year, and he gets to just be himself. You know, mix, add the lone wolf elements, his best, character gimmick, with more of a personalized take on it. And he's great, man. He's a great part of NXT, a great talent, and everything he should have been allowed to be this whole fucking time, man. So he's doing great, man. I'm proud. I'm happy to see where he's came, how he's came.
Are you now?
Not that happy.
So, so
You know what I mean?
definitely, bro, definitely. And oh yes, as for Baron Corbin, man, yeah, absolutely, bro. His run back down in NXT absolutely saved this man because yes, he is showing improvements, and it is I'll tell you what, it is way better than whatever they had him doing on the main roster. So with the next nominee for Career Resurgence of the Year, we have Timeless Toni Storm. This isn't necessarily a case of having a bad year last year. This is a case of having a horrible year in the beginning of this year, man. The Outcasts sucked. We all know how much that sucked. That was such a bad act. Toni Storm would then take the reins and leave the group and transform herself into Timeless Toni Storm, where she is absolutely one of the best women's acts in all of professional wrestling to this day, and without a doubt the best women's act in AEW right now, man. Amazing. And yes, Toni Storm is awesome, man.
Definitely, man. Definitely didn't have a great year for the first half of it in the fucking awful Outcast. She got taken out of the group, and went on her own and became the Marilyn Monroe type character, man. And it's been phenomenal, man. I love Timeless Toni Storm. I think she's doing great in this role, and I'm excited to see where it goes, man. So truly a great career resurgence for Toni Storm, man. And as for the last ones on the list of career resurgence, Swerve, Strickland, and Prince Nana, man. This guy, man, if I could tell you guys how much I hated when the Mogul affiliates or embassy or however it started as the Mogul affiliates or associates or whatever it was, and it was god awful. I hated it. Hated every member except Swerve. And then they transitioned over into the Mogul embassy. Hated that one too. I thought that one was pretty bad for a while. And then they got AR Fox. And then the ball started rolling. They were doing great. Him and Fox were going crazy, being hilarious, being great. And then they kicked Fox out because backstage Tony Khan politics. And I thought that was it for the group. I was like, okay, they're just gonna fade back into obscurity. Tony Khan's gonna Tony Khan them, and that's it. But Swerve kept him up. Swerve kept him on his feet. And he's been great ever since, man. Him and Nano are absolutely hilarious. I love that dynamic. I think Swerve has been great. Nana has been great. And it's such a change from how much I used to hate that fucking group.
Absolutely, bro. Absolutely, man. Yes, these guys. Swerve was originally on here by himself, because he, to me, is a guy that AEW had no direction for last year after he broke up with Keith Lee, and in the beginning of this year had absolutely no fucking clue what to do with, which is why they paired him with Parker Bordeaux in Trench, in Mogul Affiliates. And Prince Nana is another guy that I did not care for. He was the embodiment of one of those guys that came over from ROH and was taking up AEW TV time, and that's all I seen him as he was, with Brian Cage and the Embassy and all that stuff. So these two as a pairing, once these guys got rocking and rolling, like you were saying, man, they got AR Fox, they got the Mogul Embassy. These guys were absolutely on top of their game this year. Swerve and Prince Nana is one of the best, up there with Paul Heyman and Roman Reigns, manager-wrestler duos in all of the business right now. These guys are amazing. I love Prince Nana. Who doesn't love Prince Nana's dance mixed with Swerve's dead serious attitude? It works so well together, and you got to commend Swerve for putting on a bunch of great matches. And the reason I mention his matches is because Prince Nana on the outside absolutely changes the atmosphere, keeps the atmosphere up and running for Swerve Strickland's matches, keeps the crowd hot. Not that Swerve doesn't, but Prince Nana just adds that much more to the act and the presentation of it.
He really does, man. He really does.
Definitely, man. So those are your nominees for Career Resurgence of the Year. And yeah, man, moving up, we got the breakout. We got the breakout star of the year, man. Here we go with the honorable mentions for this list. The breakout star of the year, the honorable mentions. First up, Jimmy Uso. Jimmy Uso had a great year as a singles. Obviously, we all knew about Jimmy Uso. If you've watched wrestling for the past 10 years, you probably know who Jimmy Uso is. But we're talking singles Jimmy Uso, man. I really think he showed that he is very interesting in his own right as his own character. And that man is absolutely one of the funniest fucking parts about all of wrestling at the moment. Sami Zayn said it in a promo earlier this year or late last year. Who doesn't love Jimmy? Bro, Jimmy is hilarious and Jimmy is amazing, and unfortunately he does not make the list, but he is definitely worthy of an honorable mention.
Definitely, man. Truly, Jimmy had a great year, man. Never thought either of them would really make much of singles. And I'm fucking. Apparently, I was lying my ass off because these guys are great, man. Jimmy had a phenomenal year. Oh, hilarious. Fucking hilarious, man. And I think he truly did break out of that tag team role this year, man. He really did. Next up on the list, Konosuke Takeshita, man. Dude, he went on AEW TV by just some guy from New Japan having matches, to people noticing how good those matches were. And, week after week, he would have these matches. People would notice them. People would like them. Hey, this kid's good. He's really good. And it built up to the fans wanting him to get signed. He was that good. He was putting on constant great matches. He ended up getting signed. And he was doing great, man. He was really breaking out. People were loving him. And then he turned heel. And in that moment, it was phenomenal, man. He turned on a good friend, Kenny Omega. He was great. They built that up really good. And then after that, they did nothing with the man. But up to that moment, he went from just being just some random guy from New Japan to Konosuke Takeshita, man. And it's been phenomenal. Well, it was phenomenal.
Yeah, man, not to mention, this man beat Kenny Omega twice.
He did. Twice. That's a big thing to do.
Definitely, man. So there's your honorable mentions for Breakout Superstar of the Year. And as for the actual nominees, here they are on your screen, the Breakout Star of the Year. Starting off with the first one, we have good old Trick Williams on NXT. This man absolutely was nothing more than Carmelo Hayes' punching bag, his lackey, earlier in the year, and last year, and even earlier this year, man. He did the split with Carmelo, not a breakup, but they just split up, and this man absolutely stole the heart of the NXT audience, man. The NXT audience loves Trick. Everybody who's familiar with Trick loves Trick, man. He's fantastic, and he is a true star in the making. Became North American champion this year for like a day or two, or three, or whatever it was. But he had a great year, and he really broke out. He broke out as a superstar, and he broke out from Carmelo Hayes' shadow, man. So Trick Williams definitely earns himself a nomination for Breakout Star of the Year.
Really, man. And Frank, he was new, man. He was new, and from the get go, he was doing great, man. And he built himself up month after month in NXT, and he's been great, man. I love that fucking theme song, that entrance, absolutely phenomenal, man. Love the vibe. I even look, Logan's not gonna agree with me, but I love Booker's part in his entrance, man. The way fucking Booker reacts, I love it. I actually really do. But he's been having a great year, man, and I think he's gonna have an even better 2024, man. So Trick is definitely a breakout this year, man. Another breakout from NXT, man. Braun Breaker, man. I used to hate Braun Breaker when he was a babyface, man. Oh man, was he fucking lame? Just yelled, speared people. That's all he was, a yell and a spear, man. I didn't get it. I didn't really get the hype. Then they finally turned the man heel, and he was going crazy. He was still yelling and spearing people, but now it made sense to do so. And I think he really came to his own, not only in the ring. Obviously, you could always improve more, but definitely improved a lot this year. But just in just character and who he is, I think he got really better of himself, man. And that spear is absolutely phenomenal, man.
Definitely, man. Definitely. I was not too big on Braun Breaker as a babyface. Most I seen him has was a mid-carder on the main roster. Turned this man heel, added a little more aggression to his character, man, and it's almost like that's all. It's almost like that's all that man needed to really to really captivate at least me, and I know you, in terms of interest on him and wanting to see him, man. He looks like a mean dude. It's almost a case with Roman Reigns, man. It's almost the same
Mhm.
case as Roman Reigns. He just looks like a fucking heel. You know, he looks like he just looks like a badass dude. And they had him running around here in fucking Steiner tights, being good guy Braun, and it just was not resonating with me, man. Turn him heel, and it almost clicked instantly, man. So yeah. But for the next nominee for Breakout Star of the Year, we have Dominic Mysterio. Dominic Mysterio has absolutely been one of the most hated acts in all of WWE ever since this man debuted in the year 2020.
Mhm.
I not once looked at something he did and said, "Huh, that was pretty good." Um until the year 2023, man. I remember watching this man's match with Dragon Lee on Monday Night Raw and looking at how much he's improved. Not to mention he was one of the Iron Men for WWE this year in terms of matches, televised and live events. This man absolutely killed it, and just like a lot of people on this list, you can just tell that he is really putting in the work and he's putting in the effort, and you could see it, and it shows, man. So that is, for me, as well as Sir K, is why Dominic earns himself a spot on the Breakout Star of the Year. I also need to mention guys like Trick, guys like Braun, guys like Carmelo. You may see on this list again, in terms of a main roster breakout. Just thought I'd throw that in there.
Exactly, man. Exactly. More than one way to break out, man. But Dominic had a very good year, very crazily good year, man. I mean, he went from being one of the worst acts on WWE television from when he started, man. Dude sucked in the ring when he first came in, had no fucking charisma, and then look at that, man. He turned someone heel, and he really came into it, man. Really embraced the dickhead son. Was great at it. Um, and he's gotten better in all aspects on the mic, in the ring. He's really came into his own, man. I think he's gonna have a great 2024, man, and I'm excited to see where he goes, man. I really am. Next name on the list, name we talked about in career resurgence, but he also broke out this year, man. Broke in. It's tough to do that to where he is. But Swerve, dude, he broke out. He went from doing nothing in AEW last year and earlier this fucking year to being one of the best parts and one of the intriguing parts of AEW television, man. Swerve. He this year in the last 3 months alone has solidified being a future world champ in AEW in 2024, man. And that's insane. That's an insane breakout. And I can't wait to see it happen, man.
Definitely, man. And the next name on the list goes to Main Event.
Hey,
Main Event, Jay Uso. Bro, we're going to say this a lot in his nominations, but, bro, we used to laugh at the nickname Main Event, Jay Uso. You know, man, this guy, the whole year, from January 1st to December 31st, told tremendous stories. He got way better in the ring. Not that he ever sucked, but you could just tell his improvements. Making the transformation to a singles character. You could just tell he had it. It clicked. It clicked. He wasn't one of those, tag team guys that moved to a singles and nothing was ever the same. You know what I mean? He's obviously one of the greatest tag team guys of all time. But dude, this man Jay Uso, after he broke up from the Usos, after Jimmy turned on him at SummerSlam, this man obviously went away for a little bit, came back to Monday Night Raw and absolutely proved himself as a single star. Not to mention his feud with Roman Reigns as well, was very good. He had a tremendous year, told stories, put on great matches, connect with the audience like no other, and that's what earns Jay Uso a spot in Breakout Star of the Year for 2023.
Definitely, man. Definitely. Like you said, you're going to hear this a lot when we talk about Jay Uso for all his nominations. I used to laugh at main event Jay Uso. I used to be like, okay, that's not fucking believable. He ain't never, you know, you know. And look at and that shit slapped me in the face, dude. He's been great on his own, man. He's really come into it. Everything from the Yeet stuff to just the personal story he had with Sami Zayn, the personal things that people don't like about him backstage, kayfabe wise. It's been great, dude. It's great. He's been doing great on his own, man. And I really think he is main event Uso, and I think he should be a main event champion in 2024. Perfect, man. It'd be so perfect, and I hope he gets it, man. Next up on this list, another name from NXT, man. Carmelo Hayes, man. Started off in NXT and broke out in NXT, man. I mean, he's doing great. He's got every aspect, man. He's got great matches, great promo work, having great stories down in NXT with people like Trick and that whole who attacked him thing. He's been really good, man, and he has a lot of potential for the future, man. And I think we're gonna see Carmelo Hayes along the same breakout star list next year, man. But next year, hopefully, if Shawn Michaels still ain't trapping people down there, I think it'll be a main roster entry of breakout of the year next year.
Yeah, seriously. Seriously, bro. And the next name on the list, bro. You all know his name. L.A. Knight, man. Dude, this man absolutely went from the guy in the feud with Bray Wyatt earlier in the year, who was doing good, but is WWE ever really gonna get behind this guy? Well, This isn't the same WWE we're dealing with, ladies and gentlemen. This is a WWE ran by a man who has his finger well on the pulse. He knows what the people want to see. This man, LA Knight, made himself absolutely undeniable this year. This man went from, like I said, being that upstart guy in the feud with Bray Wyatt, who was, coming off like a huge star in that feud, sometimes even more of a star than Bray. And that feud absolutely catapulted this man to great heights. Great heights, man. I mean, this guy, during the build to Money in the Bank, I've never seen fans rally behind somebody to win a Money in the Bank ladder match the way fans wanted to see LA Knight win that Money in the Bank ladder match. Made himself absolutely undeniable. There was a bit of a limbo period where people were pissed that they weren't going to push LA Knight because they thought that he was a fluke. Fast forward a little later in the year, man, this guy's main eventing a pay-per-view against Roman Reigns. If that does not tell you that WWE has faith in you, I don't know what does. And for that reason, and for those reasons alone, that is why LA Knight lands himself as a nominee for Breakout Superstar of the Year.
Definitely, man. Definitely LA Knight had a truly the definition of a breakout year, man. Fresh off getting his name back at the start of the year. He was LA Knight again, wasn't Max Dupree no more. Started a feud with Bray, and that shit really kickstarted. He was probably the best part about the Bray feud. He was doing great in it. He broke out. We were saying this at the time. He was a breakout star in that feud. That feud brought him to the top, dude. It was great.
Yep.
And after that, he was doing great, man. Everyone wanted him to win Money in the Bank. Sadly, he did fucking not, and we'll talk about that later in the show. But sadly, he didn't. But they kept going, and he kept going, man. He was getting in feuds. And his star power never floundered. It never went down. It never decreased. He never stagnated or went down. He only went up this year, and that is great to see, man. Next up on this list, man, we have Damian Priest. I mean, come on, dude. What was this man doing early last year, man? He was bringing out his Damian side, his Priest side. Babyface Priest was horrible, man. It was horrible. But this year, we got the Judgment Day, man, and not only did the group, but him himself really came into his own, man. And I think he's had a great year, man. And he won Mr. Money in the Bank, even though I'm not the biggest fan of it. Don't hate it, nonetheless, man. And I think he's doing great this year, man.
Definitely, bro. Definitely. Yes, Damian Priest. This man could have absolutely main evented Backlash, even though they went with Cody and Brock for some fucking random reason. This man could have absolutely main evented Backlash. He was the most hated heel on the show, and he proved whatever situation you put him in, he can make it work. He's been doing great. Won the Money in the Bank ladder match this year. He's been doing great this year, or last year rather. He did great in 2023 and really proved that if WWE needs to put him in those main event situations, man, you could give him that task and he can knock it out of the park. No question. So as for the next name on this list, we have Julia Hart. Just like Dominic Mysterio, man, you want to talk about somebody who has absolutely put in the work and somebody that you can see. You can see put in the work and you can see it pay off. You're talking about Julia Hart, man. I remember when she was green as grass. I mean, she was, not there at all, man. Fast forward to this year, dude. They didn't really have her in a lot of single stuff until later in the year, and you watch her wrestle and you just say to yourself, like, wait a minute, is this the fucking same person I was watching a year ago that wasn't really that good? You look at her now, man, you can absolutely tell that the sky is the limit. for Julia Hart.
Truly, man, truly came into her own this year. Got better in the ring. Like the character work. It's been a phenomenal turn of events for her this year. Truly, she did break out, man. The last person on this list talked about her last nominee for career resurgence, but we also mentioned that she was the breakout of Damage Control, man. EO Sky, man. I mean, look what happened, dude. They were doing horrible last year, and then look at her. She went out, built up momentum, won Women's Money in the Bank, and successfully cashed it in, man. And she's been champ, man. And it's been great. It's had a phenomenal run, and I can't wait to see it continue, man. And I am just itching for that Bailey turn, man. Ooh, I'm itching for that shit. That feud is gonna be phenomenal, man.
Absolutely, man. So those are your nominees for Breakout Star of the Year. And with that, next up, man, Failed Run of the Year. Failed Run of the Year, man. Let's start off with the honorable mentions. Here are your honorable mentions for Failed Run of the Year. Yes, there is a lot of them. Starting off, we have Shinsuke Nakamura. The reason he's on Failed Run of the Year, or the reason why he's an honorable mention for Failed Run of the Year, is because I know a lot of you guys out there like his work, and I can appreciate some of it. I can appreciate some aspects of it. But otherwise, man, dude, you put this man in a fucking situation, and he is one of the most boring, uninteresting characters in 2021. It is not even funny, man. You put this guy out there against the world champion and absolutely gives you 2 duds of main events, bro. Not anything this man does do I care to see, bro. So that's why Nakamura gets Failed Run of the Year honorable mention.
Truly, man. Fucking WWE, man. They love to keep this man as a fucking heel, and I think he's absolutely horrible in that role. I don't think he plays a good heel much at all, and he just didn't do anything really that good all year. He's done nothing but lose and made to look stupid, and he really did not have a good fucking year. I think they failed him this year. I really think they did, man. Next up on the list, man, Trish Stratus. Fuck, I can't talk tonight. But man, holy fuck, what was that summer feud with Becky, dude? That shit blew. She came out there every week, not giving a fuck what the hell she was talking about. And I didn't care either. I don't know why they did that. I don't know what they did for anybody. I think that was a massive waste of time, man. And I just think it was a complete failure.
Yeah, man. Yeah, absolutely one of the worst parts of my summer, bro. Absolutely atrocious. Dang, Bell, I didn't know you were staying up as late as we stay up. What is it, like 6 in the morning by you? Dang, dude.
Yeah, fuck that.
Yeah, I definitely agree, man. I definitely agree. Yes, please throw that narrative out of the water, please. Yes, everybody wants the Cody match. I mean, yes, throw. Yeah, no sense in doing that at WrestleMania, man. No sense. But
No sense. Chamber's in such a big arena. It'll feel all the same with The Rock in it anyway. Just put him at Chamber.
Exactly. So, hey, man, I understand, and you know where to come if you need to rant. So, yeah, you know where to come. Not like we're any strangers to some rants. But for the next name for the honorable mentions for Failed Run of the Year, we have Keith Lee. The reason he makes honorable mentions and not failed run is because they didn't really give him a run to go off of this year. They had him come back as Gray Lee, Vampire Lee, and Preacher Lee this year. All acts that absolutely sucked, but they never really gave him a true run to fail on. It was all failed from the it was all doomed from the start.
Exactly, man. There's a reason he's in failed run, and if I'm guessing correct, if I could look back for a second, not in any type of letdown, because I didn't expect much anyway from AEW treating Keith Lee, man. Um, it's going to be a failure from the beginning. Tony Khan booking him obviously does not care about this man. Came back with all gray hair, became vampire, preacher, all types of Lee, except the true Keith Lee, and still isn't, man. Next up on the list, we have the Jericho Appreciation Society. There's a lot to talk about with this. We'll talk about parts of it on Friday, but the group of man fucking started off so good, man. I mean, I love the idea. I love the way the dynamic was of the sports entertainers, but they weren't really that, man. I think it was really fucking good at first, and then they added all types of people in it, and then Jerichoed it up and camped it up, and it just became completely washed out and pointless, man. And then they had this weird half breakup thing where they're all kind of still together in their own way, but they're not. And I think I think it failed completely.
The Tony Khan special, man. The Chris Jericho special. Constantly get all these guys in a group, and then I drift away from the group and make everybody else feel completely unimportant. And, you know, Chris has done a lot of good in AEW. And I'm not even just throwing shade at them for all the rumors, because for what they are now, they're just allegations, and there's nothing proven against Chris, and I'm not gonna throw any shade at him yet. But I would have said this had all that stuff not happened. He did it in the Inner Circle. He did it again here with the Jericho Appreciation Society. Constantly, you know, get a group of guys together and then drift away from it and make everything about yourself. It's a lame ass fucking. It's so lame, and it's such a tired way and a repetitive way of Chris Jericho's way of doing things as far as his factions go. But I couldn't even tell you what they did throughout the year. I genuinely couldn't. But speaking of factions, I want to talk about House of Black. The reason they're on honorable mentions, man, is because they did have a trios championship run, and they did put on bangers, as you guys like to say, but I expected much, much more than fucking bangers from the House of Black. They absolutely shit the bed with the world trios title run. It was a bunch of house rules matches that nobody gave a fuck about against a bunch of people that nobody gave a fuck about, and they absolutely shit the bed on the trios championship run for the House of Black.
Truly, man, they treated it poorly this year. We mentioned nothing, fucking multi-man, fucking 6-man matches, man, and that's all they're ever probably gonna get in AEW, man, and that's truly is a fucking travesty. As for the last honorable mention on the list, one of the saddest part entries to the list, the Elite. You know, they did have good aspects throughout the year, man, which in their own right were really good. But man, was this year just a fucking dud. I mean, they got back together on a phenomenal fucking moment, and after that, they just did fucking nothing. Until later this year, at the end, they just decide to basically break up again, right after getting back together, for no fucking reason.
Yeah. What do you even say? What do you even say? They built a whole feud around these guys getting back together around a feel-good moment, and goddamn was that a great feel-good moment. That was one of the 150 times out of the year where I seen AEW fans tweeting, "We're so fucking back." And they weren't fucking back at all. So I can't tell you how many times I've seen AEW fans tweet that out of the year, but this was one of them. 100%. we're so fucking back. Back from
Oh,
what?
we are so back.
Back
Back from
to
trash. The
so
fuck, you guys tweet that every fucking. Literally, some nights I'll literally see on Twitter, bro. Horrible segment, good segment, we are so back. Horrible segment, good match, we are so back. They do it like fucking 5 times a night. I'm about to fucking mute the phrase "we are so back" because I'm sick of it.
seriously, bro. Seriously. But that was one of the times. And the reason they make the honorable mentions is because that was one of the times I believe these fools. I was like, man, maybe AEW is back, bro. They got the OG Elite back together. And what did they proceed to do? They proceeded to have a great feud with the Blackpool Combat Club, and then after that, they all went their separate ways, and now they're fucking broken up again. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
And for the actual list for the failed run of the year nominees, here are the nominees for failed run of the year. Starting off first, we have Andrade El Idolo. You'll see this with a couple people on here. We got some collision experiments that Tony Khan wanted to experiment with for the debut of AEW Collision, and they went on to do not much of anything. Andrade came back. I was there the first episode of Collision. It was awesome. It was awesome to see him back. He got in a match with Buddy Matthews, and everybody thought, okay, this is going to culminate to Malachi Black, and it culminated to a ladder match over his mask with Buddy Matthews, and he never got to Malachi Black. And then he was off TV, and then he was occasionally brought back for random matches whenever, I guess, Tony Khan or Bryan Danielson felt fucking bad enough for the fucking guy, and now he's out of the company. What a failed fucking comeback that was for Andrade. Failed.
Oh, truly, man. Failed fucking comeback. I mean, they basically built him up on Collision, and when CM Punk left, so did the good booking, and just went right into the fucking nothingless fucking match symphony of AEW, man. But, on to the next one. Bullet Club Gold. Dog, this group sucks. I don't like it. I didn't really like it from the beginning, but I gave it the benefit of the doubt because it was Swerve. And at that point when it started, the guns weren't actually so bad. And then it just completely proved me right. Group fucking blows. They're overly comedic. This isn't what Jay White should be doing. And I think they could have done, I think AEW and definitely WWE could have done better with Jay White.
100%, bro, 100%. Thinking that when we got Bullet Club, it would have the guns involved. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Absolutely is horrible. Absolutely is horrible. This is not the serious Bullet Club, the fucking, the just ass kickers that we all used to know and love in the old glory days of New Japan. This is overly comedic. These guys come out here riding tricycles. And everybody's afraid to say it because everybody thinks that this group is actually good. This Bullet Club Gold, this gold iteration of Bullet Club is fucking horrendous. Somebody's got to say it, and that's why we're here. And as for the next nominee for failed run of the year, what do you need to say about Wardlow? Not even the return, but before the return. This man fucking comes back with his head shaved, looking like a fucking moron, and then he goes on to have yet again another TNT title reign. He starts an open challenge, loses his belt to Powerhouse Hobbs, gets absolutely buried by QT Marshall, comes back, and literally does the same thing every week. He power bombs till he gets disqualified or till the referee stops the match, and then he goes to make himself the most blatantly obvious member of the Devil's Henchmen. I think he was my winner for failed run last year, and he makes himself a nominee again this year. Well, not him. I mean, the booking of him gets him a failed run of the year again this year. The look is bad. The act is bad. Everything about Wardlow fucking sucks. I'm sorry.
Definitely, man. One of the cases where the person's great, but their setting just fails that man. I think AEW has failed Wardlow, and it's no different this year, man. Two pointless TNT title runs in the span of a year. I mean, come on, that's got to be a record. And just another failed year that AEW has done to Wardlow. And next up on this list, another failed run, in my opinion, dude. Austin Theory, dog. He has so much potential, man. And this year, I think they just completely failed it. He was U.S. champ for like a fucking almost goddamn a year and did nothing with it. He fucking beat not Roman Reigns. God, no, what the fuck am I talking about? Beat John Cena and nobody gave a fuck. How do you beat John Cena and nobody gave a fuck? I'll tell you, he is not a great heel in his current character and setting. I think he does a babyface act better, and I think if he transitions to a babyface, and then later down the line, possibly if he want to do a heel run, then they could do it. But heel Austin Theory in its current state just won't work. I hate to break it to them.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Yeah, like you already said the the overwhelming obvious about John Cena, but they put so much stock into this guy, and he has so much potential. I'm not here to say that he sucks. Same with Wardlow. Even though I just said Wardlow sucks, Wardlow does not suck. Wardlow is one of the best fucking things AEW has. They just don't know how to use them. Austin Theory, again, does his job tremendous. But with the amount of stock that they put into him, everything this guy did was a complete dud. How do you beat John Cena at WrestleMania and proceed to be have the most irrelevant fucking summer and year, almost out of anybody on this fucking list, man? I mean, how does that happen? I don't know. You got to ask Austin Theory, but yes, his run this year was an absolute failure of all failures. And I don't know what they need to do to get him to where he needs to be, but whatever they're doing right now and whatever they did this year is not the way to go about it.
Exactly.
Oh, my bad. I thought this was you. The next guy on the list is Karrion Kross. What in the world did Karrion Kross do this year other than be scary and lose?
Nothing. Fucking tease matches that never actually happened this year. Tease the fucking Roman match that never happened this year.
Yeah, that's.
So I remember. It's literally the only thing I remember.
Actually, when he flipped the hourglass on Roman, that was last year, which makes even worse. That was right when he came back.
Holy fuck, I thought that was this year.
This year, I believe he feuded with Nakamura. He feuded with Rey Mysterio. And I can't fucking remember any of them. So in a nutshell, that's the year Karrion Kross had, and that's why he lands himself on a failed run of the year.
Definitely, man. And next up on the list, from breakout to failed run in the span of like 6 months, Tony Khan, it's got to be a new record to catch him, man.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, how do you go from absolute breakout star in AEW, beating Kenny Omega, to being absolutely irrelevant at the end of the year? You get put in a group with Chris Jericho, that's why. Put in a group, well, kind of in the whole Chris Jericho circle of things with Don Callis. But you know what I meant.
Yeah.
Puts in a heel group with Don Callis, and it's absolutely pointless. A classic Tony Khan pointless faction, ultimately killed Takeshita's momentum, man.
Absolutely, bro. When we were making the list, I said, does it make sense to have Takeshita as a breakout and a failed run? And that is that's the beauty of Tony Khan and his booking. How the fuck do you beat Kenny Omega twice? Similar to Austin Theory. Here we go. How do you beat Kenny Omega twice and proceed to be absolutely irrelevant? This man, Tony Khan, let the Don Callis family cool down in record time. I mean, this man absolutely fucked everything up with Konosuke Takeshita and absolutely killed any kind of momentum or anything he had going for him. Again, how do you beat Kenny Omega twice and not even sniff any sort of championship match? How? Konosuke Takeshita in a nutshell for 2023. And as for the next one, Jack fucking Perry. Oh my God, bro. This was so... The fact that they turned him heel in the first place was so stupid. And what's more stupid than that? Turning him heel and having him go after the FTW title. Are you fucking serious? You mean to tell me your chase for gold, your whole gimmick was about chasing gold, and you start a feud for the FTW championship?
And
Unbelievable.
wins it. That's the worst part, dude, about that feud. That's the title he won. Couldn't sniff any real championship, man. Couldn't sniff AEW, fucking TNT, New Japan, but the gold that he finally gets, that he turned heel for, the FTW title. What a fucking failure, man. Then he went into business to himself, and yeah, we haven't seen him since, man. So hopefully he has a better 2024, man, but I doubt it. Next up on this fucking list, Powerhouse Hobbs, man. Went from kind of just being stagnant because he was away, it was the end of, Starks and Hobbs, to really coming into his own with the Book of Hobbs stuff, man. He's out there every week talking in these promo packages about his past, how he grew up, the tragedies he's went through, man. And then they literally just stop airing those. And then they bring this man back on QTV, a fucking TMZ parody, and then just do nothing with him after that. He won the TNT title at some point this year. I don't remember which character he had. I think it was QTV, Powerhouse Hobbs, and then lost it. Just fucking, I mean, I can't even tell you how many weeks later he lost it. I don't even remember the reign.
Yep, lost it. I want to say right back to Wardlow.
God.
Unbelievable. What a complete dud. I knew it was over with from the moment they put him with QT Marshall. I fucking knew it was over. And it sucks because he is mega talented. And now he's in the Don Callis family, which we just talked about with Konosuke Takeshita. Tony Khan cooled that off in record time. Almost like he fucking is playing games with himself on how fast he could fucking kill somebody's momentum. But as for the next one on the list, man, I'll let Sir K have the floor with this one.
Fucking outcast. Soraya comes in to this fucking company, man, and we're all expecting it to change. This is really the start of the AEW Women's Division. They got all this talent. They got Paige. They got Soraya. It's gonna really happen. And then they create the Outcast, a group of 3 women acting like fucking goofs, fucking putting nails on their forehead and spray painting nails on people like they're in fucking High School Musical. Garbage ass faction. The 3 of them did nothing. Tony Storm, thankfully they took her out of that and she's on her own now. But Ruby's still doing nothing. She's in a fucking love thing with fucking, I was gonna say Angela Dawkins, Angela Parker, and Soraya is just, she had a women's world title run. Can any of us remember it? Nope. She was given that because Tony Khan promised it to her. That's the only reason I believe she was fucking women's champ. Outcast blue.
Absolutely. What a complete dud this group was. Built the whole first half of the year around a feud against the AEW originals. And then all the AEW originals got hurt and went away, and nothing ever came of it. And it was a complete fucking waste of everybody and their mother's time.
And
Yeah.
some are building that story up and never did it. God. Next up, lastly on the list, failed run of the year. Miro, man. I mean, he came back. Was kind of interesting because he finally came back, so there's the intrigue in that. He was on Collision, and literally, I couldn't tell you a single thing he did. I genuinely couldn't. I know he's doing something with, his wife being, managing Andrade or something. I couldn't tell you how that started. Couldn't tell you why that started. Every time every time he gets a fucking video package, it's phenomenal. Yeah, man, fucking cut a promo like crazy. I love his vibe. I love how he talks, but they just don't fucking do nothing with him.
Not at all. Not at all. This was another one of Tony Khan's Collision returns that ended up being nothing but squash matches and nothing that anybody remembers. So yeah, man, these are the nominees for failed run of the year. And now for the worst booking decision of the year. Man, this is a good one. All right, man. These are your honorable mentions for worst booking decision of the year. First, we have the Nia Jax return. The reason this doesn't make the actual list is because of to this day, she hasn't really done much, so it's not too much to harp over. If this was in a Vince McMahon era, she probably would be the women's champion right now, and it would be a definite for worst booking decision of the year, but she hasn't really done much, so that saves her from making the actual list.
Definitely, man. Like you said, it's on Triple H at the end of the day, so she's kind of just there. But the fact that they even thought and did bring her back in the first place is a worst booking decision of the year. Honorable mention, guaranteed, man. Second, we got the draft, man. I know. Recently on Unscripted, at least I talked about how I'm kind of okay how they handled the aftermath of the draft, man. But dude, at first, what the fuck was that? They were just drafting people all fucking randomly. And it literally, before the draft, they didn't even act like there was a current one going on. They finally do one. And literally, I think it was like the next fucking show, the next episode of Raw or whatever, they had SmackDown people on it. It was like never even happened. But I think it mellowed itself out by now. So I think that's what made it an honorable mention.
Definitely, man. Definitely. Yeah, this draft, man, was some of the most illogically booked. You got the fucking Street Profits getting drafted before the Intercontinental Champion. Bunch of stupid shit was going on in this draft, and they never ended up even following through with the damn thing. So, yeah, man. But as for the next nominee as for the next honorable mention for worst booking decision of the year, you have Super Cena Bianca. Oh God, this was such a dread the entire year of just match after match, saying to yourself, okay, she definitely needs to drop it here, and it just wasn't that. You think Asuka at WrestleMania, you think Io at Backlash, all these matches people wanted her to drop the championship, and she was just going on and on and on and winning and getting more stale by the minute. So this, for that reason alone, lands Bianca as an honorable mention for worst booking decision of the year.
Definitely, man. Definitely. It was really bad. At first, just win after win when she didn't need it all, and it just kept going. Finally, she lost the title though, and no more Super Cena Bianca, man. So it's good to see. Next up on the list, man, someone that's actually false already. Sammy Guevara heel turn, man. What was the point of it, man? I think he's another talent that does just like Austin Theory, in my opinion. That's not great as a heel. whatsoever. I think he's a way better babyface. Um, I can tell you what he did as a heel. He was fucking wearing fucking Vice City fucking shirts and shit. It was back to like a total weirdo, man. One of those, I have a hot girlfriend gimmicks, and absolutely horrendous, man. I think that heel run was horrible, and it's already null and void because he came back and instantly turned babyface again. So, fucking hey.
Definitely, man. This absolutely irked me earlier this year, man. I just did not understand how this man could get over start to get over as a babyface, and the fans start to get behind him, and then you fucking turn him heel again to do generic heel work. But none of that even matters anymore because he comes back and he's fucking reunited with Chris Jericho again. Again. Nice. And the next one is the Dragon Gaiden street fight. All I have to say for this is Kota Ibushi was riding a fucking bicycle, giving the weakest hits with a lead pipe. What another one of Tony Khan's paid sponsor fucking tragedies that make it to his television show.
Exactly, man. All I have to say about this match is they dragged poor Paul White. I was about to call him Walter White. Poor Paul White out there could barely fucking walk, and just dropped him on the windshield of a car, right on his head, and that was it, man. Fucking waste. And next up, lastly on honorable mentions for worst booking, the CM Punk AEW return, and that whole aftermath, man. I mean, he returned. Moment was great, dude. The return stuff was great. And then he just went on to just not only put himself in multiple feuds at the same time, but they were all just generic ass feuds, man. I mean, it was literally just no fire behind really any of it, man. At least that's what I always felt when that shit was going on, man. So, really, I love the return itself. I did not like how they handled it in at all, man.
Definitely. The return was awesome, like you said. This man gets into a feud with Jay White and Bullet Club Gold to start. Then he gets into a feud with Ricky Starks after he was just friends with Ricky Starks and Ricky turns for no reason. Then he gets into a feud with Samoa Joe. This was all over the place, but the reason this didn't make the actual list is because even through all this, that man was solely responsible for Collision being the best AEW show out of the week. So you got to give him that. But it was just, creatively, it looked like a fucking mess.
Absolutely, man. It was a fucking mess.
Definitely, man. And here are your nominees for worst booking decision of the year. Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, yeah. There it is. There's the good ass image. I know
Bro.
it should be.
Let's start with the all-in card and build. Bro. This, for months, we called this show All Ego. Because this was a fucking show that was just a drama-riddled ego fest. A no-build riddled ego fest. This show had absolutely no fucking build. The card was tremendously underwhelming. You had CM Punk and Samoa Joe. You had Kenny Omega and God, what? I can't even remember the match. It was, what was it? It was Takeshita and Bullet Club Gold versus Kenny Omega and Kota Ibushi, and other people. I mean, who the fuck wanted to see it? And Hangman, I think, was in that match too. Who the hell wanted to see any of that shit? Nobody, man. You had Jericho versus Will Ospreay. That was just. Will Ospreay ended up being a hired gun from Don Callis. I don't know how much sense that makes, but whatever. This show, in terms of the card, dude, turned out like absolute shit. it turned out like absolute shit. And the build to this, Tony Khan figured it wasn't a good idea to start building the show until about 3 weeks before they were at Wembley Stadium.
Exactly, man. Took forever for the book to actually start, and when it did, each match that was announced was just a random nothing match, man. Not matches at all that you think biggest show ever of the company, man. Quite the opposite, man. It was just people they didn't want to have to face each other because they didn't like them, so they just put them against people they did like, man. And that's all that show was, and that's all I'll remember it by. All ego, man. It's not just an image. It's what the fucking show was. But next up on the list, man, Sami Zayn, no world title, man. That's what I thought. That's what this pod, man. Every week we were talking about that's what they should do, man. Cody one night, Sami the next, do it, and they fucking never did, dude. Sami Zayn was built up as one of the guys, bro, and they fucking never went with it. And I think that's fucking travesty, man. I really think it is.
This is something that absolutely broke my heart to see Sami Zayn not receive the flowers that I thought he should have. And I really thought this was the year to strike when the iron's hot. He was the hottest babyface in the earlier half of the year, bar none. And everybody wanted to see him succeed. And this absolutely broke my heart. At the time that WWE did not follow through with this, man. But as for the next one, we have LA Knights losing Money in the Bank. What a stupid fucking decision this was, man. LA Knight should have absolutely won. Worst, well, he is a nominee, but he should have absolutely won Money in the Bank. He should have absolutely won Money in the Bank, man. What a complete dud that WWE did not go with him. That crowd, I get so pissed thinking about how fucking lit that crowd would have been if he unhooked that briefcase, man. What a stupid decision, man. Stupid decision.
It really was, man. It was such a disappointing moment when fucking Priest unhooked the fucking thing. Really should have been fucking LA Knight. He could have been building himself up this whole year of being that future world champ, and you got the person who's supposed to be doing it looking like a damn fool every Monday night with an attempted cash in, man. So I think they definitely failed in that regard, man. Next up on the list, fucking Leatherface. Was it for the Leatherface video game they did that ad for?
Yes.
Fucking did an ad for fucking Leatherface video game where they have a Texas Texas like street fight thing, and they have fucking Leatherface run out there with a chainsaw. Mind you, doesn't even have the chains attached to it, but it's not even turned on. They're playing chainsaw noises in the entrance music fucking speakers in the fucking PA system, and it was horrible, dude. Horrible moment. Horrible, stupid ass shit. It was the exact same type of thing that we gave WWE shit for 2021, was it? With the fucking zombies?
Yes.
Same level of garbage, bro. Same level.
Absolutely, man. I never thought in a million years I would be seeing shit like this on AEW television, and here we are. Leatherface shows up on AEW Dynamite. Absolutely one of the most head-scratching moments on AEW this year. And speaking of head-scratching moments, AR Fox out of the embassy. He lost to Nick Wayne on the go-home show to All In. And I seen AR Fox wrestle live before at an independent show in Chicago. And I was in the venue was a bar. So I want to say 17 at the time, so I had to get the old CM Punk X on my hand. But I was there when this guy was wrestling in bars, and getting to know that this guy was going to wrestle in front of 80,000 people made me so happy. And what does fucking AEW go and do? They kick him out of the group because of backstage politics, and as a punishment for not letting them know that he couldn't go overseas or whatever. So as a punishment, they kicked AR Fox out of the group and completely ripped that moment away from him, and he's been right back to a babyface and getting squashed ever since. And the amount of money that was left on the table with AR Fox getting kicked out of the embassy should be an absolute fucking disgrace to Tony Khan.
Definitely, man. Exactly. Disgrace. Kick that man out for, in all reality, in my opinion, that whole situation is AEW and Tony Khan's fault. How are you going to book someone for an overseas show and you don't, get into contact weeks before that and make sure they can make it overseas? I don't know how that, I don't know, you put it on the wrestler.
Yeah.
But he did, and he kicks him out of the group because of that, and that was just fucking horrible. Haven't done nothing with that man since, and it's a fucking crime. That backstage politics plagued the place that was supposed to be the whole anti of that shit, man. Speaking of being the anti of that shit, how about the anti-storytelling? AEW dream matches over stories, man. All this year, dude. All this year, last year. Especially this year, man. Everything's just a dream match. No stories. Fucking every champion's doing open challenges just for the matches. Oh, the matches. I'm sick of the matches. I'm sick of them. I want stories, and we didn't get much of them this year. And it was a horrible booking decision on AEW, man. Truly fucking abysmal fucking decision to just do match after match after match all this year.
Bro, this year for AEW, and for the image that I use, I really tried to put a bunch of matches that are people full-time on AEW. Obviously, some of them aren't, but for the majority of these are two people that are full-time in the company that, like, I get it. If you have somebody from a different company, okay, maybe you want to do this match now just as a treat to the fans or whatever. But a lot of these, bro, these are fucking people that are full-time in the company that you can build a story around these two having a match. Swerve and Danielson, CMFTR versus House of Black, Jay White and fucking Adam Page. And the biggest one, MJF versus Kenny Omega. You're telling me you can't put a story around that and give these guys a program to work off of? Complete bullshit, man. Complete bullshit. And this is one thing that infuriated me about AEW television this year. And with the next worst booking decision of the year, Cody Rhodes, WrestleMania 39 loss. As you can see, man, from that picture, you can just tell his heart been broke so many times. He don't know what to believe. And in this moment, who knows what that man Cody Rhodes believed, because he was devastated. But this one got a lot better for me throughout the year. Cody Rhodes didn't necessarily go down in the dumps. Now, he had a lot of fucking bad feuds over the year. He's had a rough patch, but in terms of his popularity, he still stayed incredibly popular and kept himself very relevant following the Roman Reigns loss. But I'll tell you what, man, in the moment, usually, man, you get the boys watching a pay-per-view together, and usually you can't get us to shut up. Our room was dead fucking silent for like a hot 5 fucking minutes after that show. And the look of just shock, pure shock on all of our faces was insane. So that definitely it's definitely gotta land itself a spot, at least a nominee spot, for the worst booking decision of the year.
Exactly, man. Exactly. Was horrible in the moment, man. I mean, built up that whole Royal Rumble win, just for nothing, man. Just for him to lose. I always hate when they do that, and they did it, so I do hate it for that. To me, like you said, it kind of mellow itself out throughout the year, man. But I think it's good, man. I think it ended up being good in the end. Not good, but okay in the end. But it was horrible in the moment. We were dead fucking silent. It was crazy. And at the end of the day, he should have won, but he didn't. And it is what it is, man. Next up on the list, man. Speaking of Cody, right after that fucking loss, he goes into a feud with Brock Lesnar. And it was the most meaningless, dumbass feud I've ever seen. The only kind of excuse we got was he went on before Brock, I guess, or something, and Brock was mad at him. Don't understand it to this day, but it was just pay per view after pay per view of dumb, stupid, pointless bullshit. It made no fucking sense. Cody was fucking getting his arm ripped out of its socket and fucking just eating Kimura locks and shit. It was horrible, man. It really was.
Definitely, bro. Definitely, man. This feud was pathetic, to put it in every sense of the word. Cody Rhodes walking around here with a fucking broken arm, wanting to fucking fight Brock Lesnar still like a little child. Oh, I'll never forget Clash of Champions, dude, when this man, Cody Rhodes, with a broken arm, stayed in a Kimura lock for like 3 minutes against Brock Lesnar. Good Lord. Oh, yeah, it was called Night of Champions. I don't know why I keep thinking it was Clash of Champions. So pathetic. It was so pathetic, and it looked like absolute shit. Speaking of things that look like absolute shit, Austin Theory's U.S. title run. I said it when we talked about him being a failed run. Dude, this man had so much stock put into him, won the Elimination Chamber, against all those names that could have absolutely been more intriguing to walk into WrestleMania as the U.S. champ. Beat Edge, beat John Cena, fucking went on the whole summer after he beat John Cena as U.S. champion, and nobody remembers a damn thing. Another reason this title run was a bad booking decision was because he didn't even drop it to somebody who needed the victory. He ended up dropping it to Rey Mysterio, of all, almost a goddamn year of a title reign, to drop it to Rey Mysterio. Holy shit. What a bad booking decision all year around this championship run was.
It was, dude. It was a complete waste of time. They were hyping this man up that whole run for nothing, man, because it accumulated to absolutely nothing. He did nothing special, and he didn't even lose it in a special way, man. That's how bad that shit was, man. The last up, all worst booking decision of the year for the nominees, man. Talked about a little when we mentioned Trish or stuff, man. But let's talk about the feud. The Trish and Becky feud. The bane of this man's summer. It was horrible, dude. One of the most energyless feuds I've ever seen in my life. It was two people, well, 4 people, including us, watching, that did not want to be there, man. Because it was fucking. It was coming out and watching. It was literally the way Trish was talking every fucking promo was me talking to customers at my job. That's how fucking dead she sounded, man. So horrible ass feud. I couldn't even remember what it was for. I couldn't tell you the reasons behind anything, to be honest. It was simultaneously so bad that I remember it, but so forgettable at the same time.
100%, man. 100%. This absolutely was one of the most dreadful parts of WWE television throughout the summer, and absolutely fucking bored me to no end every single time Monday Night Raw happened. Horrible. Absolutely wish I can get all the minutes I spent watching this feud back on my life, but they're gone forever. So those are your nominees for worst booking decision of the year, and for the next one, letdown of the year. These are your honorable mentions for letdown of the year. To start, we have the undisputed title design. the reason this is an honorable mention is because the belt not has grown on me, but I've kind of, it's kind of grown on me. I've gotten used to it. I see what Triple H was trying to do with getting some actual gold on there, or something that looks gold on the championship. So I understand, but still, in the moment, it was a huge letdown, especially compared to the beautiful championship that Seth Rollins had just received.
Truly, man. Truly, I really think it was just a comparison to Seth's title that really made it look as bad as it did, man. To me, it's kind of grown on me a little. It definitely could be better. Anything could always be better. But comparing it to the title that Seth, it was kind of just night and day, man. That's kind of what I think the consensus was for everybody. But the other second honorable mention on Letdown, man, King of the Ring being canceled, man. Dirt sheets were hyping it up. They were going to get King of the Ring, man, and it was going to be dope. And we were all fantasy booking it in our heads, and it never went through, man. I think the summer ended up being okay without it. It would have been really nice to have it, but I think it ended up being fine without it. So that's kind of why it's an honorable mention. But it did really suck, nonetheless, that it got canceled.
100%, man. And the next one is no RK Bro reunion. Obviously, this would come at Matt Riddle being fired from WWE, and he never got to see the return of the Viper. Randy Orton just came back and acted like Matt Riddle, all that stuff with Matt Riddle never happened. And it sucks. Man. I wanted to see, maybe an RK Bro reunion, but really just an RK Bro interaction. Just seeing these two guys interact again after Randy came back, I thought would have been absolutely fantastic. But it was heartbreaking. It was heartbreaking knowing when Matt Riddle got fired, knowing that we were probably not going to get to see the RK Bro reunion. It was a heartbreaking moment for sure. It's very similar to King of the Ring being canceled. It's just something you were excited for, and it just never ended up happening, and it does suck for sure.
It really does, man. It was just a horrible scene of events, man. He kind of lost his way, man, and he ended up getting released for it, man. And we didn't get to see any interaction with those two again, man. I think it would have been really nice for Orton to come back to that, man, but it didn't happen, man. That's okay, but it really does suck, man. Last for the honorable mentions. We have someone who also made some pretty bad decisions. Jeff Hardy in AEW, man. I mean, not even just talking about what happened outside the ring, inside. What the fuck was this here, man? Dude slopped around the ring because that Mark Tony Khan fucking already returned and debuted him when he couldn't really wrestle at the moment. So he gets taken off TV, and he eventually comes back, and he's just as sloppy as he was before, man. And I think the Hardy Boys are just kind of tapped out at this point, whether they like to admit it or not. And I think this year really showed that to me, man.
Definitely, man. Definitely. Yeah, it sucks because you want to see them have that last run because you know they deserve it. But the reality of the situation, man, is that that door might have closed, and that sucks. But it's something that just might be the case, bro. But yeah, those are your honorable mentions for letdown of the year. And as for your actual list for letdown of the year, man, here are your nominees for letdown of the year. Starting off, Monday Night Raw. More specifically, Monday Night Raw after WrestleMania. Holy shit. Was I waiting for something so I don't even know what I was waiting for. I was waiting for something crazy to happen. A debut, a return, a fucking something. And all we got was Triple H, was Paul Levesque getting busy work, and Vince McMahon absolutely ripping this show to shreds. And what I believe is the worst Raw after WrestleMania of all time.
I think it definitely was, man. hyped it up. It was supposed to be a Triple H Raw after Mania, the first one of its kind, and it back out there in the show, and it fucking blew, man. Legendary, but horrible at the fucking same time, man. Next up on the list, man. No Hurt Business reunion, man. They were kind of teasing it. Everyone wanted to do it, man. Every member of the group was talking how they wanted to do it. And it never fucking happened. It just never happened. And that really sucks, man. I love the Hurt Business. And we didn't get it, man. We didn't get it. And now that opportunity is gone with Shelton being out of the company, man. So that really sucks, man. But I really thought we were going to get it, and we didn't, man.
I really did too, man. I really did too. They were teasing it in their backstage segments, and it looked like something that they were really about to pull the trigger on, and it never ended up happening, and it really, really sucked, man. It really did. And now, like you said, man, that ship has completely sailed away, and it really blows. But another thing that really blows is the AEW soft roster split. The soft brand split, and the ending of it following the firing of CM Punk. They had such a good thing going. They really did. They had such a good thing going, man, with this soft brand split. It was something that really helped the company. It was something that helped showcase more people that they weren't able to showcase. CM Punk gets fired, and all of a sudden you see the same people on AEW Dynamite, on AEW Collision, and it's something that is just... You still see a couple people following the brand split, but not many, to be honest. And it just it blows, man. It blows because it's something that could have been really good for them, but in turn, it has turned into nothing more than another AEW Dark is AEW Collision. Another Rampage, if you will, with a couple different names.
Exactly, man. The roster split started off really good. People were actually getting TV time, getting to showcase their talent, man. And then CM Punk left, and so did them showcasing their talent because it just became just leftover Dynamite match card, and that's all it's going to be, man. And I think that's very tragic, man. I think it is. Something that's also very tragic, man, is the Jack Perry heel turn, man. Although I didn't agree with it, happening this year and the way they did it and how they started it, I was down for it at the end of the day. I was like, okay. And he wasn't bad in his spot, man. I think he talked a little too fast, but I think he was on the right track to catch the right vibe, man. But it just didn't need to happen yet. I really didn't think it needed to happen yet. And then he ended up going into business for himself and getting hit for it, man. He fucking talked about fucking real glass and fucking take that or whatever the fuck he said, and he hasn't seen him since, man. So did it to himself at the end of the day.
Absolutely, bro. Absolutely, man. Yes, Jack Perry turning heel. I've said this multiple times, man, but the Jungle Boy character had a lot more fuel in the tank, and if they were going to do the Jack Perry heel turn, they needed to make it feel like a huge deal. If they really do consider him one of their pillars, and they did everything but that. They showed you that they don't really give a fuck about him whatsoever, clearly. And the next one on the list, you see it, man. AEW's reputation, NDA EW. This is a multitude of things. This really, in a nutshell, is AEW in 2024, man, or in 2023. Their reputation took a massive hit. This is the year they got called out on for not having any stories. This was then combated by Tony Khan hitting up fans for booking advice. Tony Khan arguing with fans over the booking of his show. Tony Khan citing Cage Match as to how well his shows are booked. Tony Khan making people sign NDAs, man. The whole CM Punk firing. I mean, dude, AEW's reputation took a massive hit this last year in 2023. That was the year I think a lot of people realized maybe they're not so different from WWE, and maybe Tony Khan has a lot of the bad Vince McMahon qualities that he should have never picked up on, man. So for that is why AEW's reputation is a massive letdown of the year, man, because this was the premier wrestling company just 3 short years ago, man. This was the wrestling company where people could come to be safe and be free and not have to worry about backstage politics and not have to worry about getting kicked out of a group for something that they should have figured out before they hired the man. Shouldn't have to worry about all that stuff in AEW, man. But unfortunately, they're a lot more like WWE than they lead on in terms of the bad parts of WWE.
They really do, man. This place was made to counter all that type of shit, man. It turns out, secretly, they were doing some of that shit the whole fucking time, man. And that's really a travesty, man. He's taken a lot of the bad fucking cues from Vince McMahon, in terms of the way he runs things and the way he runs, booking and whatnot. And the way that shit's been going on in AEW, and I think their reputation is really holding in on itself, man. You got people fighting, not only each other on the roster, but attempting to fight the CEO himself, man. Reputation really shit the bed this year, man. And 2024 is going to be a really telling year. We talked about it on last week's Unscripted, the Christmas one, about what we predict for AEW in the future, and it's going to be a very interesting year for AEW, and it might not be a good one. But next up on the list, man, letdown of the year, no CMFTR versus the Elite. This was supposed, versions of this, whether it was the singles matches and the tag team match, or just the 6-man, was supposed to be the all-in match, supposed to be at least one of the all-in main event. And just didn't happen at all. Why? Because all ego, man. Nothing but egos blocking it, and that's all that happened. It was blocked by everybody in that situation having a massive ego, except the way the evidence looks, fucking Phil.
Man, this was a huge letdown for me, man. This was a huge letdown for me. I thought we were going to finally get to see CMFTR versus the Elite. This is the match that everybody wanted to see. This is the match that Dax Harwood went out on his podcast and said, my dream match for Wembley would be CMFTR versus the Elite. And what we ended up getting was CM Punk versus Samoa Joe, FTR versus the Young Bucks, and Kenny Omega, Kota Ibushi, and Hangman Page versus Jay, Juice, and Takeshita. That's the iteration of matches we ended up getting for CMFTR versus the Elite, or with the members of CMFTR and the Elite. Those are the matches we ended up getting when it was all just as simple as CMFTR versus the Elite, and it was such a fucking letdown, and something that I will never forgive whoever's at fault for not wanting to fucking grow up and do business for the betterment of their company. But speaking of the betterment of the company, we have Wardlow. Speaking of when we talk about betterment of the company, I think it would be for the betterment of Wardlow to get the fuck out of this company. But Wardlow's return, what a letdown this was. He came back with short hair. Completely lost his cool look. Still lost his cool look. He still looked like a fucking goofball. He goes out there on was this the Dynamite After Wrestle Dream, I want to say? He goes out there and he proceeds to powerbomb people for the next fucking 3 to 4 weeks. Or more like 4 to 6 weeks, really. He proceeds to go out there and do the same thing every week and make himself feel still not important whatsoever. And he looks horrible for it, still, to this day.
Literally, man. Makes no damn sense. That return was horrible. It didn't go through well. And the only way he could be on letdown of the year in 2024 at this point is if his contract doesn't come up this year because he needs out, man. He really does. But the next one on this list for letdown of the year, man. Sami Zayn getting the tag titles instead of the world titles, man. Now, is that tag match a possible candidate? Well, already you guys will see a candidate for match of the year. Yes, it is. But should he have faced Roman Reigns in night one? 100%, I think he should have. I think that would have been great. I think that's what they should have done. And they didn't do it. And to me, that's a massive fucking letdown this year. The way he was built up, had the best story all fucking year, and didn't get rewarded for it. Kind of shit. That's not the shit I want to see, man. But they didn't do it nonetheless in a great way. So, you know, at the end of the day, it's still okay, but it should have happened that way.
Absolutely, man. It still did suck. I still really wanted to see Sammy get his hands on the world championship, man, and it was just... It was awesome getting to see him have that moment, but, you know, I mean, I just feel the culmination of his story should have culminated with a world championship, and that's just how I feel, man. I think it should have culminated with a world championship and beating Roman Reigns for said world championship. I really think they should have did that, man, and it was a bit of a sad way to end his. It was a bittersweet way to end his story. It was sweet because you got to see him have that moment, but it was bitter because you knew that moment could have been better, man. But that one sucked. Speaking of something that was bittersweet, CM Punk being fired from AEW, man. This, bro. I'll never forget it, man. I'll never forget it. I'll never forget getting that text from Logan, and it was the screenshot of that press release, and I just said, wow. I just said, wow, man. I can't believe the run has really come to an end, man. This seemed like a fairy tale, man, like a dream come true that he was in AEW and that he was finally going to get to be in the place that fit him best. And it was everything but that. That's the reality of it. Tony Khan is an all-time bag fumbler, and he fumbled the bag on CM Punk. But yeah, man. But CM Punk being fired from AEW, whether it was his fault, whether it was Tony Khan's fault, whether it was Jack Perry's fault, whether it was the Elite's fault, whoever you want to put the blame on, it was still a massive letdown, and it was something that shouldn't have ended like that.
No, exactly. I don't think it should end like that at all. CM Punk was made for AEW, man. It was the place that he built with the pipe bomb, man, and supposed to be a match in heaven, ended up being a match in hell, man. Bunch of butting heads, bunch of egos at play, and it just didn't work out, man. That's the biggest letdown of it all, man. It didn't end up working out in the place that was truly made for guys like him, man. Last up on the list of letdown of the year, man. Jay White in AEW. I mean, yeah, what the fuck, man? They start the Bullet Club Gold shit. The group goes fucking nowhere. I think the group is one of the worst acts they got on AEW. They're complete jokes. They had Jay White running around with Max's title, and then he never ended up even winning it in the end. And he looked horrible this year all around in AEW for me, man.
100%, man, 100%. I say it all the time, but I just feel if Jay White would have went to WWE, he would have been a killer. And I don't know, man, maybe they would have put him with AOP. Maybe they would have did something cool with him, but whatever it was, I just know it would have been a lot cooler than being in that comedy-filled group that he's stuck in now. So, for that, that lands Jay White as a huge, huge letdown of the year for 2023. And with the next list, man, we have the return / debut, man. We got the honorable mentions here for you guys, man. With the first one, speaking of Jay White, with the first one being Jay White from Dynamite on April 5th. This was the Dynamite after WrestleMania. The reason this is an honorable mention is because it was produced like shit. Tony Khan fucking just sent him out there in the beginning, in the beginning of AEW Dynamite. Just got him out there. Just got him out there. No production value behind it. No nothing. They just sent him out there to help Juice beat up Ricky Starks. What a dud.
It really was a dud, though. I think they executed that one really badly, man. I really think they did. And next up on the list, Mark Briscoe, Dynamite, January 25th, debut. It was a beautiful episode, but it's obviously it sucks on the list. It was, the honoring of, Jay, his brother that passed away. And it was just horrible to watch. And in that type of way, man, it was just a tragedy, man. But it was a great moment in a weird way to finally see one of the Briscoes on Dynamite and really getting to be an AEW man. It just sucks that that's what it took to get Warner Bros. To put him on. So let any of them be on that show, man.
Definitely, man. This one was definitely a little bittersweet. Mark finally got to be on big time television, man. But it was very bittersweet that he didn't get to do it alongside his brother. And it sucks, man. But it was still a very, very cool debut to see, nonetheless, in honor of the late Jay Briscoe, man. So the next one comes from Johnny Gargano from Raw on October the 2nd. This is when he came back to help fend off Imperium and help out Tommaso Ciampa. Very cool debut, man. But they really have struggled to find their footing with him ever since, man. So it was a cool return on Gargano's behalf, but it's they're not doing a good job at keeping up with it.
Definitely, man. Definitely. It was a fun view. It was great to see him back. But they really haven't done much with the poor man since. Hopefully 2024 is different, man. Well, the return itself was a great moment to finally see. Last up on the honorable mentions list, Kota Ibushi, man. It was kind of random and anticlimactic the way they did it, man. He kind of just showed up there mid-bulk and just walked around the place. So it was awesome to finally get him in the company, but just it had a weird vibe to it when it happened.
Definitely, bro. Definitely, man. This man walked out there for blood and guts, walked around, hit a couple punches, hit a couple backflips and kicks. This fucking guy did more after the match for the live audience than he did on the actual show. I mean, he took a bump in thumbtacks for the crowd, and he did all that stuff. But in terms of the blood and guts match, he didn't really do much at all. And the debut did feel a tad bit awkward for sure.
Definitely.
But as for your actual list for honor or as for. What am I saying? As for your actual list for return / debut of the year, starting it off with Drew McIntyre from Money in the Bank. Nobody knew what the hell was going to happen with Drew McIntyre leading into this. And, good old dirt sheets while Money in the Bank's going on, they're saying, oh, we haven't heard. Drew McIntyre's not in the building. He hasn't talked to Triple H ever since he's left. And then he just shows up and completely makes the dirt sheets look make asses out of themselves as they always do. But this was an awesome debut. He looked fired up to come back in the awesome return. He looked fired up to come back in the UK. Man, the UK was hot for him, and he did the stare down with Gunther, and it was truly an awesome moment, man. So that earns Drew McIntyre a spot for return / debut of the year.
Truly, man. I think it was a great return, man. Like you said, it made the Dirt Sheets look like absolute fools, like they always make themselves out to be, man. The second one is actually another one in that regard, but the Drew return was great, man. It's been great ever since, man. He's been having phenomenal stories, and it's been on a great path. And the next one, of return and debut of the year, CM Punk at Survivor Series, man. Another one where the Dirt Sheets, were saying, he wasn't even talking to Triple H or nothing, not at all, man. But he fucking was, and he returned at Survivor Series in a crazy ass moment, man. Your boy almost twisted his ankle, and I will always cherish that moment, man. But great return, and he's done great since, man. And I cannot wait to see that match with Seth, man.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. This is, this was so awesome. You guys know how much that weekend meant to me. You guys know how much this show meant to me, man. And it was a tremendous return to the company for CM Punk. And like Sir K said, man, truly a moment that I will cherish forever, bro. I will absolutely never forget that. Being in the audience, just different. It was different. It was different, man. It was awesome. Nothing will ever be like that. Nothing.
Definitely.
And as for the next name on the list, we have Asuka. She came out in the Royal Rumble and re-debuted herself. She had a new theme song, new gear, new mask, and then she pulled the mask off, and we got to see the coolest part of it all, the new face paint, the Kana type face paint. This was awesome, and this kick-started a resurging year for her career, man. It was an awesome moment, and it was a moment that made all of us mark out when she took that mask off, man.
Definitely, man. Definitely. I think the moment was great. Love to see her return, and I love how she came back in general, man. The face paint, the music, the mask. I think they did it phenomenally, man, and they kept up with it, which is the most important part, and it's been great, man. Next up on the list, man, Mercedes Moné. At that point, we haven't seen her since the walkout, man, and she returns at Wrestle Kingdom, man, in a phenomenal match, in a phenomenal way, man. And it was great, dude. It was great finally seeing her back, and she's been great ever since, man. Like I said earlier in the night, hottest free agent right now.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely, bro. And with the next nominee, as Mercedes, yes, this was awesome. This was awesome. This was the main reason we all pulled the Wrestle Kingdom all nighter. So it was very, very cool to see her doing her thing, man. So with that, with the next nominee for return / debut of the year, we have Randy Orton from Survivor Series, man. This was a really cool moment, man. The whole night, WWE played it up like Randy wasn't in the building. It was time for him to come out in War Games, and Rhea came running out with the briefcase, and then voices hit to an awesome, electric moment. That seen Randy Orton come out in front of, like I said, the electric Chicago crowd, and it was an awesome moment, man. It was an awesome moment. It was something that was 18 months in the making, man. Everybody wanted to see him back. We finally got him back, man, and it was twice as cool that we were there to see it, man.
Truly, man. Phenomenal moment. Even better live, man. And I thought they handled it really fucking great. It was finally great to see him back after over, what was it, like a year and a half? Fucking insane, man. But he finally got it. Next up on the list, Roderick Strong, Dynamite, man. Thought it was a great return, man. Or debut, actually. Thought it was great seeing that man in a place where he was going to be appreciated. And for a shocking moment, he is appreciated in AEW. which you do love to see, man. He's doing well. He's there with his wife. They could actually be on the road together at that point, and I thought it was really good.
Definitely, man. It was very shocking, bro. It was very, very shocking debut, and one I thought that AEW kept hush hush perfectly, man. So,
They
with the
did.
next one, we have Adam Cole from AEW Dynamite on January the 11th. This was another debut that I thought was kept quiet very well. He came out, nobody expected it, and he gave the bad news. He gave the bad news, but the bad news wasn't for him. It was for the AEW roster, man. He would then go on to have a pretty good year, if I do say so myself, main eventing All In. But yeah, man, this show was the return of Adam Cole, and it was very, very awesome and a very, very shocking moment for sure.
It really was, man. Very shocking and very just heartfelt, man. He's pouring his heart out, and you love to hear it, man. It was a phenomenal story he told, and I thought the return was absolutely phenomenal, man. Next up on the list, the other Adam, Adam Cope, the debut at Wrestle Dream. I thought it was an awesome moment. Coming out, fucking hype as shit to Metal Angus, man. Great moment, man. And I really do like the Five Road in AEW, man.
Definitely, bro. Definitely. Yeah, this debut was people expected it. People expected it, but that still didn't make it any less cool. It was awesome to see him. It was awesome to see him around Christian again and get that pop and get to, really express his creativity with the little video package he showed and stuff, and it was an awesome debut, man. And like Sir K said, I like the vibe he's been given so far. Um Yeah, man. And the next one is CM Punk from the debut episode of Collision on June 17th. Um, I was in the crowd for this one, and this one was this was awesome. This was awesome getting to see him come back. And just the vibe, the uncomfortable vibe that it gave was so cool. It was so cool because you knew this time around this wasn't for the Chicago crowd, it was a happy moment seeing CM Punk back. But once he threw out those Young Bucks teases, I was like, oh man, I was like, this is gonna be a fucking great feud. I'm like, man, like this man's coming back in here like it's a war zone. Like it gave off a fantastic vibe. Turns out it really was a war zone, but he never did end up getting the match. So that kind of sucked. But regardless, it was an amazing debut. I love that promo. I still go back and watch that promo all the time. And it was awesome, bro. It was awesome.
It really was, man. Phenomenal promo, phenomenal return, man. Love the aura that he had. I love the man against the world because it was a man against man for everybody back then, man. But it was a vibe and it was a moment that really just fucking hit, man. And last, for nominee, return and debut of the year, the return of Kari Sane at Crown Jewel, man. It was sudden and it was awesome, man, and it really just enhanced everything Damage Control had going on for the moment, man. And I thought they handled it really well, and I'm really glad to see her back, man.
Definitely, man. Definitely. Yeah. This was really, really nicely done, man. I love the way Bailey sold it. I love the way she came back to help Io. I like the new look. It was all very cool, and it was all very done very, very well, man. So yes. So those are your nominees for return slash debut of the year, and for the next category we have entrance of the year. And now for your honorable mentions for entrance of the year, we have MJF from Revolution. This was the one with the violins where he walked out with the devil mask, but yes, this one was not with a throne. Instead, this one was the live violin performance one. So awesome entrance. I love this one.
Definitely phenomenal. I love that song. I love when people do violin stuff. I love the violin. Phenomenal, man. Phenomenal entrance. Next up, another MJF entrance at Double or Nothing. The Throne, man. The Ray's throne, loved it. From the devil mask to the throne to the cool ass like cloak, what the fuck, the robe he was wearing, man. Thought it was phenomenal entrance, man.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. That was another cool one, man. That was another cool one, seeing him do the throne. And the next one was the Blackpool Combat Club from All In. This is when they came out with the trench coats, and the Wheeler Yuta had the duffel bag and the sunglasses. Pretty sick, bro. Pretty sick. I love the I love the feel to this, especially that in London. It was awesome, man. Seeing them fucking walk through that big crowd of people. Awesome, bro. I love this entrance from the BCC.
Truly, man, I love the vibe, love the all black theme, the trench coats, man. I thought they did it really good, and just the crowd enhanced it so fucking much, man. Next up on the list, man, Adam Hangman Page at Revolution. Not much crazy to this entrance, man, but I love the Red Trons, man. And that theme song they went with from that one time, phenomenal, man. I love the vibe that this entrance had, man, and I thought it did great.
Definitely, man. Definitely. I thought this one, yes, I thought this entrance was very cool. Gave off an awesome vibe before his Texas Death match with John Moxley. And yeah, it was awesome. It was a very cool theme song to use for the one-time use, man. But as for the next one, this was a personal request from Mr. Sir K. So I want you to explain to the people why this entrance is so near and dear and touches your heart in such a loving way so much.
It really does, man. The reason it does, man, he didn't do nothing special. You know, he walked out there like normal, man. But it's what he did right before the entrance that matters, man. Right before this entrance, man, not only did he push and punch Jack Perry square in the
He
face,
choked him out.
and he choked him out too. And Samoa Joe, his opponent, had to rip him away from him. And not only did he do all of that, but right before that music hit, man, maybe even when the music hit, he lunged at the CEO, the boss, the dork,
There it is.
Tony Khan, man. Dude came out fresh off and not only punching and choking a motherfucker, but lunging at the fucking CEO of the company, man. Fucking legendary.
That
That's
was
my go.
pretty legendary, bro. Pretty legendary entrance. And then he just fucking waltzed on out there and proceeded to wrestle on Tony Khan's show. Right after he lunged at him and told him that he hates this fucking place. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful, man. But after all that, I just want to reiterate that AEW has the safest track record for professional
Oh,
wrestlers.
safe. Oh, 100%. Unless you're even the fucking CEO, ain't fucking safe.
God fucking Lee. So those are your honorable mentions for entrance of the year. And with the nominees for entrance of the year, here they are, man. Starting off with Dominic Mysterio from WrestleMania 39. This was his entrance where he came out through the crowd from the prison van, the prison transportation van. This is where he came out from with that, man. He came out wearing his dad's mask. This was awesome, man. He came out through the crowd. This is a very cool entrance. Crowd's booing him, man. Yeah, awesome entrance here.
Truly, man. Truly, I think they did it great. I love the joke they had going there at the time. You know, being going to jail and he was only in there for like fucking 3 hours. They played it up phenomenal, man. And that entrance just culminated, man. Absolutely hilarious. Next up, Usos, Money in the Bank. That shit was just a vibe, man. They came out. That gear was heat. The entrance was heat, man. I love the vibe. And I thought it was just absolutely phenomenal, man.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, man. Yes, the Usos, dude. This one is just one of those entrances, bro. That just played so heavy to the crowd reaction. This was one of the first times we seen the crowd straight up sing their theme song word for word, and you could tell how pumped the Usos were. this was awesome, man. I loved this entrance. But for the next one, we got another MJF entrance. This was his entrance from All In, where he came out getting pushed on the little pedestal with the throne on it. Speaking of singing entrance music, the London crowd would start singing along to his theme song. That's the first time we've heard any crowd do that. And God, this was epic, bro. The fire, the throne, the devil mask. I mean, MJF, God, he's gonna do so well in WWE. But this entrance was fantastic nonetheless.
Truly, man, great ass entrance, man. Love the people carrying the throne, man. I thought that was heat, and just singing that song made it all that better. I love that damn theme song. Um, and we're also, if he does go, you're gonna get to see it in WWE too, man. So it's heat, no, man. It really was. But that entrance was heat, man. Next up on the list, Sami Zayn, Elimination Chamber, another one like the Usos, where it's all about the crowd, man. The feeling of that crowd, like any other, man. Just the aura and the vibe and the love for Sami Zayn was just so intense and insane. It's in his city, man, and it was insane. I loved it.
Yes, man. Yes. There hasn't been a lot of entrances to make me. I don't know that there's any other ones, actually. There hasn't been a lot of entrances to make me tear up in an entrance. This one is one of them. This one is the only one of them. But, dude, this was so epic. The crowd, dude, just waited for this man. Sammy even waited, I believe, till after the let's go part of his entrance, and he just kind of slowly walked out there. And dude, once they seen his face, dude, the ovation for that man was incredible, and that easily earns this a spot as a nominee for the entrance of the year. Speaking of another great entrance, man, and speaking of Sami Zayn's opponent that night at Elimination Chamber, we have Roman Reigns, but not from Elimination Chamber, man. We have Roman Reigns from WrestleMania 39. This was when we got the piano version of his theme song in the intro. My God, he looked so fucking awesome. I mean, he always looks awesome, but in this instance, bro, in front of that giant crowd on that stage, man, that looked fucking awesome, bro. Awesome entrance.
Really, man, from just the massive side of the crowd to the piano version, all the people singing, shit was absolute heat, man. That man is the definition of aura, man. He really fucking is. Next up on the list, man, Bryan Danielson, Forbidden Door, coming out to the final countdown. Phenomenal moment. The crowd yelling, the final countdown, absolutely fire, man. Loved that shit. It was worth every penny that fucking Tony Khan showed out. And that's how you be a fucking money mark, Tony Khan. But phenomenal entrance, phenomenal crowd reacting to it, and it was absolutely great.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Speaking of another one that was fantastic, we have Bad Bunny from Backlash. Dude, this played so heavy into the crowd reaction, bro. They played one of his songs that, I mean, according to this entrance, the people really love, and they were singing the hell out of it, bro. This crowd was so electric for this entrance. It was like being at a Bad Bunny concert is what this entrance was, and it was so awesome. It was so awesome, and easily is a nominee for entrance of the year.
It really is, man. Phenomenal entrance. Crowd reaction was crazy, man. Even the crowd set up the way I loved. I think that helped that entrance a lot too. I thought it was great, dude. Thought it was absolutely phenomenal, man. Next up, Swerve at Full Gear, man. Another one. All about the crowd reaction, dude. The whole crowd fucking yelling his theme song, doing the Prince Nana Swerve dance, dude. Fucking phenomenal, man. Love that shit. and just that vibe is just fucking was absolutely phenomenal during that.
It was, man. It was. Prince Nana getting the dance crew to do his dance with him. Prince Nana doing that twirl at the end of the dance, and then he moves and Swerve's just standing right behind him, just looking menacing. Oh, this was so epic, bro. This was so awesome. Yes, awesome entrance from Swerve. And the next one. Yes, you are seeing the Guns on here. We have the Guns from Dynamite on April 5th. This was the Many Men 50 Cent entrance. Dude, I will never forget sitting in my living room and I just watch FTR come out and the lights go down and I hear a very familiar intro. You know, the subtle pianos, and then I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, where the fuck is that coming from? Because it's not coming from the TV. And then I just hear, and then I hear the gunshots, and the beats start coming in, and I'm like, hold the fucking phone. Did this fucking money? Yeah, you talked about it with Bryan Danielson. This is the way to be a money mark. This is okay. This is the way to be a money mark. This man, I'm sitting here like, hold the phone. Are these motherfuckers coming out to Many Men right now? And yes, they came out to Many Men. I've listened to that song for years, and seeing that as somebody's entrance music was fucking awesome, bro. I loved it. Mixed with the production value of their entrance, made it amazing.
Oh man, phenomenal, dude. Didn't think I was ever gonna hear that fucking song on somebody, and out of all people, it was the Guns, man. That shit hit. Even the entrance itself, the thing they did, man. I loved the lights. I loved the turnaround of the camera. I love them spitting out the water, like doing fucking the finger guns. That shit was heat, bruh. If only they could have as much charisma on the mic and in their personalities as that entrance did, but they don't. But that entrance was absolutely phenomenal, man. And shit was absolutely dope. And last on the list, entrance of the year, man. Jey Uso at Survivor Series, man. Dog. That shit was heat. We were in that crowd, man, doing the Jey Uso fucking arm wave thing. Absolutely phenomenal. Whole crowd was fucking doing it, yelling his fucking theme song. Phenomenal fucking moment. And phenomenal fucking entrance, man. Climbed all the way up top. This man was talking about doing that himself, climbing on that cage and doing it. And Jey Uso did it first, man.
I did want to do that. But you know, my gimmick got stolen again, and it's all good. No, but for real though, this is one of my favorite videos to go back and watch from that night, is us doing the fucking Jey Uso entrance. That was amazing. The atmosphere to that entrance was so electric. We're all doing the arm wave. He's fucking standing on top of the War Games cage, fucking dancing. Awesome. I love this, and the energy was just electric on this entrance, bro. It was. So those are your nominees for entrance of the year. And for your honorable mentions for moment of the year, starting off, man, you got the CM Punk return promo from Collision. Awesome promo. Not really too much to say that I didn't just say when we talked about the return/debut, but honestly, man, it felt like a war zone. It felt like CM Punk was coming back to a fucking war zone, and he was the general. This was awesome. This was the why would I change promo. I guess he's changed now, but in June, he didn't know that he wanted to change yet. So, no, man, but this promo was absolutely incredible, man. This was awesome. I love this promo.
Definitely, man. Phenomenal promo. Love the vibe. Love the jabs. Loved every part about it. I thought it was a great ass promo, man. Next up, honorable mentions list. Jey Uso pins the Tribal Chief Roman Reigns. Money in the Bank. First time Roman got pinned as the Tribal Chief, man, in fucking how many years at that point. and it was the main event Jey Uso himself, man. I love the moment. I thought it was great, and I love how they did it, man.
Absolutely. This was a moment that absolutely shocked the world, and it was incredible. And the next one was CM Punk's homecoming from Survivor Series. Just the moment itself, I guess, of just the importance of him being back. The reason it's an honorable mention is because we do a return/debut category. But I felt that this was too big of a moment to leave off. Any sort of list. So we figured we'd put it on the honorable mentions, and it was a amazing moment that I will never forget.
Truly will never forget that moment, man. Phenomenal, legendary moment in history, and we're gonna cherish it for years to come, man. Next up on the list, Four Pillars promo from Dynamite. Phenomenal, dude. Absolutely phenomenal. I love what they did there. I love the vibe. Getting all four of those guys in the ring, chopping it up, talking shit. I think they did great by it, man. Sucks nothing really came of, the whole Four Pillars thing, to be honest.
Yeah.
But it was great nonetheless in that moment.
Definitely, man. It was the first time really getting to see all four of them interact at once. So it was a very cool moment, and a very holy shit moment when you've seen all of them, like I said, in the ring at once. But the next one is the CM Punk promo from December 8th, 2023. This was the promo where he fired mad shots at the whole entire roster, and it was fucking amazing, bro. It was amazing. I loved it. He called people out from Raw, SmackDown. Amazing. He set his feuds up for the next 2 years.
Exactly, man. He really has. It was just heat after heat of him just calling it out, talking shit, doing what CM Punk does, and it was fucking phenomenal, man. Phenomenal ass fucking promo. Next up on the list, Christian Edge out there pouring his heart out to his best friend about why he came to AEW, why they should team together, man. And then all Christian has to say, after hugging his best friend of fucking how many years, I think longer than I've been alive, go fuck yourself, man. Phenomenal moment. Absolutely hilarious, man. And perfect fucking moment.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. And the next one goes to Io cashes in from SummerSlam. This was an awesome moment to finally get to see her reach the highest of highs in the WWE.
Definitely, man. Phenomenal. Great to see someone cash in. Not too early, but not too late. Perfect time. They did it perfectly, man. Love that cash in, man. Next up on the list, most recent one, the Devil reveals himself at World's End. Adam Cole reveals himself as the Devil, man. Although the production kind of botched it a little bit, it was a great moment nonetheless. From a great story they've been telling, man. And I can't wait to see where it goes from here when Max finally comes back.
Definitely, man. The reason it wasn't a moment of the year is because I feel like there was a lot of things that went into this main event that just a lot of things felt unimportant. And this reveal, to me, production-wise, felt a little rushed, but it was way too big of a moment to leave off any sort of list. So we did put it on the honorable mentions, but Adam Cole was the only right answer, and Adam Cole's the answer we got, and I am so excited to see where they bring this story. And for the next one, we have the Embassy attack Nick Wayne from Dynamite on August the 2nd. Bro, this fucking segment was so awesome. Seeing AR Fox talking about dumbass Nick Wayne posted his training hours on his social media. They go in there, they beat the shit out of him. They fucking smash the picture of him and his dad over his face. He starts bleeding. Swerve puts the picture of him and his dad on the spot where Nick Wayne found out that his dad passed. Fucking AR Fox is holding a knife to his throat or a piece of shattered glass to his throat, telling him to unlock his phone. They called Darby Allin. They broke his window in his garage. These guys looked fucking like... Dude, these guys look like the baddest motherfuckers on the AEW roster in this segment. And God, I love this segment so much.
It was an absolutely phenomenal segment. Loved how out of the blue and crazy it was, man, and just foul it was, man. Absolutely loved it, and I still wish that man was in that fucking group, man.
What a dud. What a
I swear to God.
oh God, that ooh.
Now, okay,
Oh no, I was what were you saying?
now on to the moment of the year, out of the honorable mentions, into the category for moment of the year, all the nominees. Starting it off, man. Trial of Roman Reigns, man. Shit was phenomenal. I mean, Roman pouring his heart out to Jay, basically begging him to take the tribal chief, thrown away from him, to, have that weight off his shoulders, man. All to just low blow him and just beat the shit out of him. Absolutely phenomenal, man. Love how they did it. And fucking absolutely beautiful segment.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Loved the trial of Roman Reigns for sure. And the next one was a very good moment in the moment. This was the Elite reuniting to fend off the Blackpool Combat Club, where we got the awesome line from Adam Page. We are the heart, we are the soul, we are the spirit, we are the Elite. Awesome, awesome moment from Dynamite on May 17th, man.
Phenomenal. Phenomenal moment. Love the way they did it. Love the way Hangman and Kenny looked at each other and fucking embraced. Shit was phenomenal. And wish they really didn't underline it this year, but great moment when it happened on the fucking West, man. Next up, the double clothesline on Dynamite. They've after match, I think it was like two or three, of fucking not being able to hit it being countered every time. He finally hit that double clothesline. Huge pop, hilarious moment, and thought it was absolutely phenomenal. How do you make a fucking double clothesline over? Crazy.
Seriously, bro, it was an awesome moment. And this was after we got done seeing their fucking dance revolution party. Awesome segment and awesome moment nonetheless. Finally getting to see them hit the sought after double clothesline. But speaking of the next moment, Sami Zayn turns on Roman Reigns from the Royal Rumble. Dude, the emotion, the time, the production that was put into this segment made this one of the most epic things I've ever seen in my entire life. What a turn this was, the emotional investment into the final 15 minutes of the 2023 Royal Rumble pay-per-view like no other.
Truly, man, some of the best final moments of pay-per-view I've got to witness. One of its phenomenal just moments I've got to witness, man. It was phenomenal. I think they did it perfectly from the camera work to the crowd played into it perfectly. Usos did it perfectly. Absolute perfect segment down to the T, man. Next up, another Bloodline segment, a lot of those. You guys catch that?
Common theme.
Jay, common thing. Jay Uso turns on Roman Reigns, man, when he gave him that super kick. Phenomenal moment leading up to this. I love the promo that he was giving. And that's just such a moment of, you're out, I'm out too. Super kick, some phenomenal moment. And one of my favorite moments from this, that image, that is the image. If you guys ever seen the full image where he got Solo still
Oh my
in the
God.
picture, he's literally still just standing there, arms crossed, not even reacting yet. That man's reaction time, legendary in that moment. Love that image.
For sure, bro, for sure. And the next one comes from Night of Champions. Jimmy Uso turns on Roman Reigns. This was when Jimmy and Jay came out to help Roman and Solo beat Sammy and KO. Roman got pissed, started muffing him in the face. He started muffing Jimmy in the face. Jay tried to get involved, so he started muffing Jay in the face. Jay's getting pissed, and Roman Reigns turns around to a super kick from Jimmy. He then drops to his knees. Jay tells him, "What the hell are you doing?" And Jimmy tells him, "I'm doing what you should have done a long time ago." And he kicks Roman Reigns in the face again as Roman Reigns gets turned on by Jimmy Uso, man. This was an awesome awesome moment. Edge of your seat television from the Bloodline this year.
It really was, man. A phenomenal moment. Love the way they did that shit. That super kick fucking hit, man. And I thought it was absolutely phenomenal. Next up on the list, man, Bray Wyatt and The Undertaker. Their moment that they had at Raw 30. Shit was great, man. Two legends in the ring together, not in a rival setting, but in a mentor setting, in an embracing setting. Absolutely phenomenal, man. And it's even more phenomenal after, tragedy this year, man. But absolutely phenomenal moment.
Definitely, man. Speaking of phenomenal moments, the trial of Sami Zayn from Raw 30, man. This was when Roman Reigns and Paul Heyman tried to expose and exile Sami Zayn from the Bloodline. Sami Zayn was over trying to prove his loyalty to this man, and he didn't even want to argue with it. Roman Reigns got pissed, went to send Solo after him, but it was Jey Uso that stopped the Samoan spike that would have ended Sami Zayn's run in the Bloodline right there. He saved Sami Zayn, called Sami Zayn family, praised Sami Zayn for believing in Jey, even when Jey hated him, and he saved Sami Zayn's Bloodline run up until that point. And they found Sami Zayn innocent, man, and this was just talk about edge of your seat television. Bro, when Jey was talking about Sami Zayn, I had tears in my eyes during this segment, man. Amazing, amazing trial of Sami Zayn.
Really phenomenal, legendary segment, man. Just the emotion from all parties. Him sending Solo after him because he's done, because he doesn't care anymore. And Jey, the one that hated him the most at first, fucking being the one to stop it and give that love to Sami Zayn. Phenomenal fucking segment and phenomenal moment. Next up on the list, man, Roman Reigns beating Cody Rhodes. Now, was it a good moment? Probably not. But is it a legendary moment and a funny moment nonetheless? Absolutely. The look on on Cody's face is legendary. That gif will be one of my favorites in wrestling for the rest of the time, man. Thought, although it probably shouldn't happen at the time, I don't mind it at this point, and I thought the moment, it is legendary no matter what the people can say.
Absolutely, bro. This man has never looked more like a final boss, dude. This was the match that everybody thought he was going to lose. And the tribal chief, the tribal god, fucking won. This man has never looked more like an unbeatable final boss than this moment. And this will probably be the peak of this man looking like an absolute fucking final boss, bro. Because this was the one time people were genuinely convinced he was going to drop the titles, and he fucking won. Amazing. Loved it. Speaking of loved it, the Seth and Punk promo from Raw on December the 11th. This was the promo where Seth Rollins told CM Punk he was going to wrestle circles around him, and he was going to expose him. CM Punk's response was, I'll give you one time where you could talk to me disrespectfully. Bro, this was epic. Seeing these two guys have a war of words, man, was just amazing. It's absolutely amazing, and I loved it.
Truly, man. Truly, thought it was great. Love the interaction between these two. I love the vibe that they set up, man. And fucking CM Punk with that angry face, man. You love to see it, man.
Definitely, man. Definitely, bro. This was a moment many years in the making. So next, man, the match of the year, the honorable mentions. Okay, I'll let you start this one.
Oh, hold on, let me pull up the honorable. Wait, which one was it?
Match of the year, yes.
Oh, okay, I'll just read off that. Roman Reigns versus Jey Uso at SummerSlam. Start off. These match of the year honorable mentions, man. Great match, dude. A great match. Thought they built it up really fucking good. If this fucking thing fucking load, I Google fucking email or Gmail. I don't know why, but after a while, I can't load the images. I have to reload the page to bring up the fucking images. It's stupid as shit. But
Golly.
give me 1 second. There it goes. There it goes. Thought it was a great match, dude. Um, SummerSlam was a great show. This was a great match too. And did it end the show?
Yes.
Right? It did. Obviously, it's Roman Reigns. Great match to end the show, man. Thought it was absolutely phenomenal.
Definitely, man. Definitely. In the next match, we have Will Ospreay versus Kenny Omega from Forbidden Door. This one was incredible, man. This one was incredible, man. I don't know if it topped what they did at Wrestle Kingdom, but this match was absolutely insane, man. This match was absolutely insane. Every time these two guys get into the ring, it is an absolute war zone.
It really is, man. It was phenomenal. Um, I really couldn't tell you if it was better than the other match they had because you guys know me. I fell asleep during that match at Wrestle Kingdom. So this is the match between them that I got to watch, and from what I saw, absolutely phenomenal, man. Legendary, great, not legendary, but kind of a legendary matchup in terms of quality. Great fucking match. And next up on the list, man, FTR versus Bullet Club Gold on Collision, man. Was a great match. Highlight of both of these fucking groups here, if we're being honest. That's how sad it is. But it was a great tag match nonetheless. Best Bullet Club Gold all year. And great ass fucking tag match, man.
Definitely, man. This was their hour-long match on Collision, man. It was, like Sir K said, the highlight of both of their fucking careers, or both of their years. Definitely not their careers. Highlight of both of their years. Next, we have the U.S. title chamber from Elimination Chamber, man. Montez versus Gargano versus Bronson Reed versus Austin Theory versus Damian Priest versus Seth Rollins. This one was a banger. This one fed the fucking streets, man. I loved this match. I personally would have accepted Johnny Gargano or Bronson Reed walking out with the title. Austin Theory was a little lame to me, but nonetheless, man, the match was fantastic.
Exactly, man. Fantastic match. Bunch of fantastic sequences and spots, man. Um, I didn't really like uh Theory coming out the winner, especially after, what ended up becoming his title reign after this wasn't that great. But the match itself at Chamber was phenomenal, man. Next up, at All In, man, MJF, Adam Cole, two best friends facing each other, man. Phenomenal, man. In the main event of All In. A match that wasn't about egos, man. Even though kayfabe wise, we didn't know it at the time, technically, kayfabe wise, but it was about egos. One of the only matches on the show that wasn't about fucking egos, man. Phenomenal match. Really good. I like the build, man. And they've kept up with the story ever since, man, for AEW. It's a fucking shocker, man. So phenomenal match.
Definitely, man. And the next one, we have Roman Reigns versus Kevin Owens from the Royal Rumble. This one was amazing. I loved Sami Zayn on the outside trying to tell Kevin Owens to give up because Roman Reigns was just pulling whatever out of the books to put this man away. And then obviously the drama going into this match with Sami Zayn having to deliver his final test, and that's walk out with Roman Reigns during this Royal Rumble match, man, and beating his corner. Absolutely incredible.
Truly, man. Love the fucking match. Love the dynamic that they had with KO and Sammy, in the end, having the moment that they had, that was the moment of the year. Phenomenal, dude. Thought they did it perfectly. Next up, Rhea Ripley versus Charlotte. WrestleMania, man. Great match. Really great match from Charlotte. Charlotte can go, she goes, man. You put her against a good wrestler, she wrestles good. Phenomenal match and phenomenal win from Rhea Ripley, man.
Absolutely, man. This was one of my favorite women's matches all year. Just like Sir K said, man, when Charlotte wants to go, she can go. It's just a matter of when she wants to go. But the last one for the honorable mentions for match of the year is the women's War Games match. You have Damage Control versus Shotzi, Becky, Charlotte, and Bianca. This one was very enjoyable, man. We got to see EO pull some old spots out of the old basket. So that was really cool, man. We got to see seen Charlotte do a moonsault off the back or off the top of it, man. It was an awesome, very, very enjoyable women's War Games match.
Truly, man, I think it was great. I think it was the better of the War Games matches we got this year. Man. Love all the spots. I love the dynamic, and I love the teases that Damage Control had for their story that's been building up, man. So, love the match, and I thought it was great, man.
Definitely, man, definitely. And as for your actual match of the year list,
Maybe you
boom.
should start this one off because, the first one was
To start it off, man, we have Will Ospreay versus Kenny Omega from Wrestle Kingdom 17, dude. This was war, bro. This was war, dude. Dude, Kenny Omega smashing Will Ospreay's head through that table, dude. Yes, this was an all-out war, man. These guys, they went a really long time too, man. But this one, personally, I like it better than their Forbidden Door match, man. So that lands it on the a nominee for Match of the Year.
definitely, man. I couldn't tell you which one I like better because I fell asleep during this one, man. I'm not gonna lie. Came from a full shift, stayed up all night, watched Mercedes, and then passed out basically after that, man. This motherfucker even has a picture of me passed out after this match.
I do.
But nonetheless, for what everyone has said, I already got. It's one of those matches where you don't even have to watch, and it's in a match of the year category, man. But next up on the list, man, the Bloodline Civil War, not Sammy, what the fuck, Roman and Solo versus the Usos, man. Phenomenal. Love the dynamic, the story that they built this up to, man. And I thought it was just a great ass tag team match with a bunch of great moments. And I thought it was really fucking good, man.
Absolutely, bro. Absolutely. The emotion behind this one, the story behind this one, made it so special, and it was generally a really good tag team match, man. I really liked it a lot. So, the next match from WrestleMania. Look at this, 3 WrestleMania matches on a fucking Match of the Year. Ugh, that's weird.
Great.
Yes, Gunther defending the IC title against Drew and Sheamus. This was one of the best This was one of the better Intercontinental Championship matches I've ever seen. But for real, this was one of the best triple threat matches I've ever seen. And it happened on the grandest stage of them all. Loved this match. Loved it, man.
Truly, man. Absolutely phenomenal triple threat. A lot of people's winner this year. And I could respect that, man. Thought it was great. Thought all 3 of them did perfectly and did great. And really just built up that IC title, and Gunther even final. Next up on the list, man, Sami Zayn versus Roman Reigns at the Chamber, dog. I mean, come on. The aura. And then from the aura of the excitement and love of Sami Zayn to just the punch in the gut when he didn't do it, man. Phenomenal match, phenomenal moment, and just best of the best of just getting punched in the gut, man.
Yeah, 100%. I have not been as emotionally involved in a match than this one, bro. I was so emotionally involved in this. In a lot of ways, this was my WrestleMania. Because I wanted to see Sami Zayn versus Roman Reigns so bad. I loved this match. And for the next match, we have the Texas Death Match, Swerve and Hangman 2 from Full Gear, bro. Swerve paying homage to Bray Wyatt with his tights, and dude, all of the this was one of the most violent matches AEW's ever produced. Hangman was drinking Swerve's blood, cinder blocks, Hangman getting hung. This match, like I said, man, truly one of the most violent matches in AEW history. Absolutely fantastic.
Truly, man, phenomenal fucking match. I am in mode for self-mutilation when it makes sense. And one thing about AEW, they know how to do death matches, man. This is no exception. Phenomenal fucking match. Brutal as all hell. From the barbed wire getting loose and getting caught on fucking on Hangman's like lip, fucking brutal from drinking blood to fucking Hangman being hanged. Love it, dude. Love everything they did in this match. Picked the best winner they could have, and phenomenal feud and phenomenal match to end it off. Next,
Definitely. Oh, my
definitely,
bad.
man. Yep, you're good. Next up, Daniel Bryan, Bryan Danielson versus MJF at Revolution in the 60-minute Iron Man match. Dude, phenomenal, man. Um, all the people that said MJF could wrestle ate their shit down that night, man. Phenomenal match. Built up, great, and just great fucking match. A good Iron Man match. This is no different, man. Love the way they did it, and absolutely phenomenal.
Absolutely, bro. This one was an hour-long classic, man. I love this Iron Man match, and you couldn't have put two better guys in your company to do it, man. MJF finally MJF going into sudden death with Bryan and getting him to tap out after hitting him with the CO2 tank. Amazing, or the oxygen tank, or whatever the hell it was. Absolutely incredible, bro. For sure. And as for the next match, we have Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens versus the Usos from WrestleMania 39. I know you guys remember, but my heart was racing during this match because in my head, if Sami and KO won, that means Cody was going to win the next day. And boy, was I fucking wrong. But nonetheless, dude, this match was so fucking awesome, dude. I love this match. Another match I was just so emotionally involved with. Amazing, dude. Absolutely amazing, man. I loved this tag team match.
Definitely, man. Definitely thought it was a great tag team match. Um, thought the emotions were high, man, and thought it delivered, man. Great match, great ending, and love what they did here, man. Next up, Anarchy in the Arena, Double or Nothing, man. Um, like I said with the Hangman and Swerve match, AEW, if they're good at anything, they're good at violent gimmick matches, man. This is no different. Love the feud. It could have been grander, but the match it was a grand ass match. Anarchy in the Arena, one of my favorites in AEW, and they picked two perfect factions to be in the match, man. Love all the spots, love all the moments, and thought it was phenomenal.
Definitely, bro. And with the next match, we have Roman Reigns versus Cody Rhodes from WrestleMania 39. Another match that had so much emotional involvement into. And what are the odds in the year 2023 we would see a WrestleMania main event as an actual match of the year? Absolutely fantastic work. Had everybody in the palm of their hands. And man, did they fucking deliver. Amazing main event.
They really did, man. They did phenomenal in that main event, man. Heart racing main event, and like you said, WrestleMania main event being in the match of the year category. When was the last time that fucking happened? Well, it never happened for us, and now it's fucking happened. Love to see it, man. Last up on the list, match of the year candidates, man. Bianca Belair versus Io Sky. Phenomenal women's match, dude. Thought they did great by it, and the match itself was absolutely phenomenal. Io was so over there in Puerto Rico, man, and it sucks that we got that ending that we did at the time, but it ended up working out.
Definitely, man. The crowd involvement for EO, and the match quality between these two will never disappoint.
Definitely, man. Definitely.
Definitely, man. Definitely. And as for the next
Okay.
one,
Oh,
yeah,
that is right.
that is true.
Yeah,
That is true,
I didn't
man.
think about it like that.
And the only reason Ilya versus Carmelo was snubbed is because I have not watched an NXT takeover or an NXT pay per view since they were called Takeover.
No.
So sorry to
Oh,
those two guys. Got a lot of love for them, but it's all right. And the next match, or not the next match. And the next category, man, show of the year. We do not have honorable mentions for show of the year, but here they are, man. To start, we have The Royal Rumble, the WWE Royal Rumble from 2023. This from what I remember was a pretty good show. The Rumble matches were a little the Rumble surprises were a little underwhelming from what I remember, but the matches themselves, especially the men's, was a nail biter for sure.
Definitely, man. Definitely thought they did great at that pay-per-view overall, man. That main event, legendary main event at this point. Thought the Rumble match was pretty solid, man. They picked the right winner, man. Too bad he fucking lost in the end. Um, he won the battle, he didn't win the war, man. But I thought Royal Rumble overall was a really good show, man, and I thought they did right by it, man. Um, Next up on the list, man, Elimination Chamber, another show, the phenomenal main event, followed, well, previewed by the phenomenal gimmick matches of the show, man. The Chamber match, great, dude. That U.S. title, Elimination Chamber, like you guys saw in the last category, match of the year candidate. Um, and so was the main event of the show, man. So great to see it, man. Phenomenal show and great chamber this year, man.
Absolutely,
Going for
man.
gold?
Um,
What the hell, bro?
the Elimination Chamber was such an amazing show, such an amazing atmosphere. I compared the atmosphere to CM Punk Money in the Bank 2011 Chicago atmosphere. That's how electric that atmosphere was at the Elimination Chamber event. Next, we have WrestleMania 39. I say it all the time, but I am so glad Triple H brought back the hype for WrestleMania, man. I would have never imagined that this was the year that I would enjoy genuinely enjoy a WrestleMania, a 2-night WrestleMania. Amazing, amazing job.
Truly, man. Truly, they did a great job for WrestleMania this year, man. I was hyped for it, and I enjoyed the show that I actually watched, man. Because I was scarred by 34, I think it was. The most hyped WrestleMania that ended up being the worst. I'll never forget. I was so hyped for that fucking show,
Me
and it
too.
was just a shotgun to the heart, man. But this one, I was hyped for, and I didn't get fucking 12 gauge through my chest, man. Thought it was phenomenal. Both nights I thought did really fucking good, man. And WrestleMania is actually a show of the year, man. Crazy to see both nights included.
Yeah, man.
Next up on the list, man, Backlash 2023, man, in Puerto Rico. Great ass show, man. Crowd was in fucking insane this year at Puerto Rico, man. They were eating that show up from the Beyond Manio match to the Bad Bunny and Damian Priest match to my match of the night that night, Cody Rhodes and Brock Lesnar. Um, but besides that, great fucking night nonetheless. For great matches, man. Great atmosphere, phenomenal crowd, man.
Yeah.
And thought it was a really great show.
And then, yes, Backlash is very enjoyable, man. Damian Priest and Bad Bunny, Io and Bianca. And like Sir K said, man, incredible atmosphere on the night. Next is Night of Champions. This one seen Seth Rollins become the World Heavyweight Champion. We've seen Gunther and Mustafa Ali have a really good match that almost nobody expected. This is where we finally seen Super Cena Bianca be dethroned. Unfortunately, there was the black eye of the Cody and Brock match, but this match, or the ending to this show, was the Jimmy Uso turn, man. So that means this was the Roman and Solo versus Sammy and KO match that absolutely delivered. Great show, and they were actually the show of the weekend. It wasn't Double or Nothing. It was Night of Champions, actually. So props to them.
Definitely, man. Phenomenal fucking pay-per-view. Phenomenal main event. Previewed by the 5 phenomenal matches, man. They had finally the Oscar win. That was absolutely phenomenal, man. The Gunther match was also great. And just seeing Mustafa Ali get showcased like that was absolutely something that was years in the making, man. And AJ Styles, not AJ Styles, well, he was on the show and it was great, but Seth Rollins, I meant, winning that inaugural World Heavyweight title. Absolutely Great fucking show, man. Thought they did great by it. Next up, Double or Nothing, man. Had its faults, but overall, wasn't a bad show in AEW. Overall, it's on the show of the year nominees, man. So it had good things, man. It had the fucking four pillars of AEW World Championship match. Had Anarchy in the arena. Um, it had Tony Storm and Jamie Hayter for that women's world title. It sucked to see Jamie Hayter lose that thing, but obviously it was necessary, so I was okay with it, man. But overall, it's a pretty good show for AEW, man.
Definitely, man. Definitely is one of their better shows out of the year for sure. And the next one goes to Forbidden Door, 2023. Man, had this one had Bryan Danielson and Okada. This one had the Elite in some sort of multi-man match against the Blackpool Combat Club, mixed with a little bit of NJPW guys in there. Sonata and Jungle Boy. This one had the Ace and MJF. MJF versus Tanahashi. Very, very enjoyable show, man. Very enjoyable show. What was Orange Cassidy and Zack Sabre Jr. was on this card as well. And obviously, it had Will Ospreay versus Kenny Omega that went out there for like 40 minutes and absolutely stole the show, man. So very, very good show for Forbidden Door this year.
Definitely, man. I always love good Forbidden Door, man. One of the times of the year they're able to get away with not telling some fucking stories, man. Thought they did good this year. Obviously, they were still victims to the Forbidden Door curse. Didn't get the Mercedes match. That sucked. So there was bad elements that didn't end up happening because of the Forbidden Door curse, but nonetheless, they were able to do a lot, man. Great matches from Bryan and Okada, which was a little underwhelming, but still phenomenal in its own right, man. With fucking that motherfucker Bryan doing the Caesar cells. What an asshole. But from Ospreay and Kenny Match to fucking Kojima. That was one of the blunders of the fucking show, I'll tell you that.
Yeah,
but
I didn't want to
overall, I have to, man. I got to, you know me. But overall, that was a really good show. And I always love Forbidden Door, man. Next up on the list, man, we have Money in the Bank 2023, man. From the Money in the Bank men's ladder match where even though LA Knight didn't win it, it was a great match nonetheless, man. And the winner wasn't bad. It just wasn't the right winner. And Damian Priest. They had the women's fucking fucking Money in the Bank ladder match. Don't know why I couldn't talk there. Io Sky, phenomenal winner, won it, and she ended up successfully cashing in. Thank God it wasn't in the same night. And even just the other stuff on the show, the Bloodline Civil War, great fucking match, dude. Seth and Finn was a great match, man. They had some good stuff on this show, man. I think it was a great show.
Definitely, man. Definitely, it was a very good show, man. Bloodline Civil War, Money in the Bank ladder matches, man. It was a very, very good show. Drew McIntyre versus Gunther versus Drew McIntyre, Gunther versus Matt Riddle. I mean, with the Drew McIntyre return is what I'm trying to say. Amazing show, and who doesn't love a show in the UK? Speaking of a show in the UK, All in London, or All Ego. Obviously the card and the build turned out like shit, but the match quality of the show, I gotta give that to him. The match quality of the show did turn out good. It just wasn't matches we wanted to see. We had CM Punk and Samoa Joe on this card. We had FTR and the Bucks. Three on this card. We had the Stadium Stampede on this card. We had the Coffin match. Will Ospreay and Jericho, which was decent for what it was. And then MJF and Adam Cole, which I thought was a pretty tremendous main event. So I will give this show a lot of slack for how they did go about it, but in terms of match quality, they did turn out a pretty good show.
Exactly, man. Even though it wasn't what it should have been at all in the slightest, it still did its job nonetheless, man. Everybody went to work. Some people went to work a little too angry. but
That's right.
everyone went to work nonetheless, man.
To work
And
to
it
fight.
was a exactly. It was a good show, all right. It was an all right show. It had a good ass main event, man. The coffin match is pretty cool. The tag match between FTR and Young Bucks was nice. That we actually had people working with each other. CM Punk with Samoa Joe was legendary in its own right. It had some good moments, man. I thought, even though it wasn't what should have been happening at all, they did its job and it got through, man. And lastly, nominees for Show of the Year, man. Survivor Series, the War Games, the one we were at, man. And I'm proud to say it, man. From the women's War Games match, which was absolutely phenomenal, to the men's War Games match, which was in its own right absolutely amazing, man. With the returns that were acquitted to that match, man. And even to the shocking match of the night, Gunther and Miz being a phenomenal fucking match. I would have never guessed, man, but it was, man. And at the end of the show, the GOAT himself returning, CM Punk, absolutely phenomenal.
Definitely, man. Yes, this show does definitely hold a lot of sentimental value for me. Being there, very enjoyable night, man. Love both of the War Games matches and the CM Punk return. Gunther and Miz somehow, some way fed the streets. Awesome, awesome stuff, man. And moving on to the faction honorable mentions. We only have two. We have LWO. We have Bullet Club Gold. Both of these groups, in my honest opinion, just they were very popular, so we put them as an honorable mention, but you guys know how I feel about Bullet Club Gold, and LWO just came off as jobbers.
They really have, man. They tried with these groups, man. LWO, they tried, but LWO was just a walking logo to sell a T-shirt, man.
Exactly.
They really didn't do the idea of LWO justice. And speaking of not doing something justice, did not do Bullet Club justice with that fucking clown faction of Bullet Club Gold, man.
100%. 100%. And as for the faction of the year, nominees, starting off, we have the House of Black. They did have a good year in terms of their match quality, man, but like we talked about in their failed run, man, their trios title reign was just not 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 it. It was an okay year, but it definitely could have been better.
Exactly, man. A group that has it all, the in-ring quality, the attire, the entrance, the aura, but Tony Khan just doesn't do much with them. The Adam as trios champs, but who can tell you what they did besides matches, man? And that's going to be the case for a lot of people, man. But next up on the list, CM FTR, man. CM Punk FTR. It was really nice for what we got, man. CM Punk being with those two, it was really cool, man. They just didn't do much, man. But overall, it was cool seeing those three together.
Definitely, man, definitely. And the next one is the Mogul Embassy. The Gates of Agony, Brian Cage, AR Fox, Prince Nana, and Swerve Strickland. I love this group, man. I thought this group was really fun. I still do think they're really fun, but it just really hit different when AR Fox was in the group. I just thought he was fucking fantastic, man. But for the short time AR was in the group, they were so fucking enjoyable, man. I loved the Mogul Embassy.
Exactly, man. They were absolutely fire. Right when they had their Fox, man, that was their peak. But group is still good nonetheless, man, and that's always good to see, man. Next up on the list, the Elite. They're always going to be on this, man, and that's for a reason, man. Even though they didn't do much this year, and their egos got in the way of it. It was great seeing them nonetheless. It was great seeing them reunite, and it was great seeing them together again, man.
Absolutely, man, absolutely. And the feud they got back together for against Blackpool was pretty sick, bro. So the next one is the Judgment Day, man. This was the year of the Judgment Day. If I do say so myself, at least on Monday Night Raw, or at least in terms of accolades. little too much main events for my liking, but in terms of their successes, they had an incredible year. This was a great year for the Judgment Day. This is the year they got a new member. This is the year they were draped in gold. 2 members if you count R-Truth, but this is the year they were draped in gold. They did War Games this year, man. They had an incredible year, and there's no denying them, man. They had a really, really good year.
Definitely, they had a good year. Maybe seen them a little too much, but that's okay. And thought they have a good year, and excited to see how this group turns on itself this year, man. Next up, Blackpool Combat Club, the BCC, or as Hangman would say it, the BBC. Um, Phenomenal, great group. Thought this year they didn't really do a whole lot of stuff together, man. But we're great nonetheless, man. And all of them individually are fucking great, and they have done great things together this year.
Definitely, yes. They've done a lot of great individual stuff, and the story with the Elite, man, was an amazing, amazing story for the whole group to tell. And the next one is Damage Control, man. They really came into their own this year. Really were troopers for WWE during the hard time, man. During the hard time when they were being booked like shit, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, they did great, man. And then, like we've been saying all night, man, Io Sky really broke out this year from being booked like shit. So yes, Damage Control definitely had a decent year this year for sure.
Oh man, they went from being absolute jobbers to absolutely pretty good, man. And they were telling a pretty good story, and they still are. And see how it goes into her, man. Next up on the list, the obvious nominee, man, the Bloodline. Ran this company last 3 years, and this year was the fall of the group, man. And it's been phenomenal, man. Seeing all the infighting and the turning on each other. It's been great, man. They've had a great year.
Definitely, man, definitely. And the next one is yes. What can I say about the Bloodline, man? Kept the company not kept the company afloat, because there's a lot of the company was not drowning, but they catapulted WWE. They've been the forefront of the of WWE cinema this year. So yes, the next one is the Acclaimed and Daddy Ass, man. The Acclaimed were tag team champions, I believe, in the beginning of the year. And then they would go on to tell the story of getting Daddy Ass to believe in himself again and become trios champions. Unfortunately, Tony Khan hasn't done much with them since then, even though they've held the championships for like 4 or 5 months now, and we barely see them. But they did tell a really good story this year, man, and yes, that definitely a nominee for Faction of the Year.
Definitely, man. They did have a pretty solid year from the tag champs, trios champs. Telling a great story with Daddy Ass, man. Thought they did that really good. Sucks Tony Khan ended up finally Tony Khaning the Acclaimed, man, but I guess we'll see how it goes in 2024, man. And as for the last nominee for Faction of the Year, we have Christian and Sons, the Patriarchy, man. Phenomenal year for Christian, man. And phenomenal year for these guys, man. Luchasaurus coming into his own as this darker character, man, I thought was really good. Nick Wayne coming into the company and turning on his family and joining the one that kind of always, talk shit about his family. But they did it really good, man, and absolutely hilarious. Love the way they set this up, and I cannot wait to see how 2024 goes for them.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Definitely one of the best acts. Talking about keeping something afloat. This was one of the acts that kept AEW afloat this year, man. And for the next one, Tag Team of the Year, as we finally wind down here. The first one on here is the Acclaim, man. Like I said, they were tag team champions in the beginning of the year, and they continued to do their thing, man. Like Sir K said, unfortunately, they did end up getting Tony Khan a little bit, but you know, they're definitely still one of the best tag teams in the world for sure.
Definitely, man. They didn't have a bad year. They didn't have a phenomenal year, but it wasn't bad, man. They might have got a Tony Khan, but that's okay. Who doesn't? Um, so next up on the list, man, the obligatory Young Bucks entry, man. They'll always be on this list, because they're always two that keep themselves relevant. Whether sometimes it's in good news or bad news, they're always relevant, man. And they had a pretty alright year, man. They had some good matches, FTR and alike, and with others, and pretty solid year for the Young Bucks, man.
Definitely, man. Next, Aussie Open. Aussie Open, man. Yeah, these guys signed with AEW this year. They were doing a lot of stuff on the Indies, plus New Japan Strong, and then like I said, they finally signed with AEW, man, and had that one match on FTR or with FTR on a pay-per-view. I haven't seen much of them since. I don't know if Mark Davis is hurt, but yeah, man, they definitely had a very, very, very good 2023.
Definitely, man. I can't wait to see their 2024, man. They're a phenomenal fucking tag team. Next up, Usos, man. From together to separate. Great year, man. Great run as tag champs came to an end. And then a great story as going separate started, man. And it's been great for them. Usos, both individually and a tag team, have been phenomenal this year.
Definitely, bro. Next is Alpha Academy. These guys were a pretty decent part of Monday Night Raw for the past year, man. These guys put on great matches, told the story of getting Maxine Dupree. Always a great, you know, not every tag team needs to be dead serious, man. And Alpha Academy filled a lot of those gaps in where you know, were for some comedy relief for WWE, and they always do a great job for sure.
Exactly, man. Thought they did great this year, man. Love the way they, conducted, and I thought they were really good this year, man. Next up on this faction, no one thought was gonna happen. Better than you, baby. MJF, Adam Cole got randomly paired up as a tag team, man. It ended up being phenomenal, man. Got crazy over. They had crazy chemistry as for those segments, man. And they were hilarious. They were great in the ring. They were over. It was absolutely phenomenal, man.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Definitely one of the most enjoyable acts. Speaking also of keeping things afloat. Better than you, baby, for sure, man. And with the next nominee entrant, we have Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens, man. These guys told a beautiful, beautiful story of getting back together. Kevin didn't want to do it, but he knew he had to be there for his brother. And then the moment that these guys had in the main event of WrestleMania, man, was amazing. WWE didn't really capitalize on their momentum. They did have a very good match at Payback with the Judgment Day in the street fight. But yeah, man, these guys I thought had a very, very good 2023.
I thought they did, man. They had a great 2023 as a tag team. Seeing them rejoin each other as a tag team was great. Winning the tag team titles was great. Lost them a little early, and probably to the wrong people, in my opinion. But overall, thought it was a great run from those two. Speaking of the people they lost them to, man, Judgment Day. Although, like we said before, might have seen them a little too much this year, man. Still phenomenal nonetheless. Telling phenomenal stories, having a phenomenal aura and presence to themselves, man. Thought they had a really, really good fucking year, man.
Definitely, and I just want to make it clear, this is not Judgment Day as the whole faction, but as you can see by the picture, this is more of the tag team variant of Priest and Finn.
Yeah.
So, just to make it clear for you guys, but yeah, man, yeah, definitely Judgment Day. Either way you look at it, there's no way you can look at it and say that they had a bad year. The next on the list, we have FTR. These guys were AEW World Tag Team Champions for the better half of 2023. These guys had a great match. The match that we just talked about a couple slides ago with Bullet Club Gold. You talk about the match with the Young Bucks, man. These guys always kept their match quality up to par, man. And And yeah, they had a pretty good 2023.
Definitely, man. I think they had a pretty solid 2023, man. They might have lost their best friend, man, but there's many careers to smooch off of, so they'll find somebody.
These career
But
riders.
jokes, they really are. But jokes aside, they're great talents, man. And I hope they have an even better 2024, man. And as for the last nominees for Tag Team of the Year, man, the Creed brothers, for being absolutely phenomenal in NXT, from the words of manager Logan, to being great and phenomenal on the main roster, man. And just so nice to see people come up to the main roster and just be enhanced. And it's just great, man.
Definitely, man. Definitely. So those are your nominees for Tag Team of the Year. And here are your nominees for Women's Superstar of the Year. We do not have a honorable mention list for this one. Starting off, man, with Jamie Hayter. Jamie Hayter was AEW Women's Champion for the first 5 months of 2024 or 2023. Jamie always delivered, man. She's one of those women in AEW you can count on to not be too heavily involved in the politics and all the drama and just go out there and fucking kill it.
Truly, man. Truly, she had a phenomenal year, man. Rose up, was women's world champion. Sadly, the injury bug got her, man, and she didn't relinquish, obviously, but she lost it in the time of manner, so that sucks, man. But nonetheless, she had a great fucking year, man, and she's a phenomenal talent, man. Next up on the list, another phenomenal talent, man, from being subjugated to the outcast, man, to outcasting herself from garbage and becoming Timeless Tony Storm. Phenomenal. She's been great, man, and she's an immense talent, and it's great to see her being letting her creative juices flow.
Definitely, man. Definitely made herself one of the most interesting acts of the entirety of AEW, man. And next, we have Mercedes Moné. We talked about her earlier in the show, man. But yes, she absolutely elevated herself and made herself, turned herself even more of a fucking superstar than she already was, man. She's a superstar, and no pun intended, she does have money written all over her, bro.
He really fucking does, man. I'm saying it all night. Honest free agent right now, and there's a reason for that. Next up on the list, EO Sky, man, from Resurgence to Breakout to Women's Superstar of the Year nominee. I mean, come on. She had a great year in contrast to how it was. And great to see, man, from Women's Money in the Bank winner to Women's Champion. Great to fucking see.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. And with the next one, man, we have from NXT, Tiffany Stratton. Man. She absolutely came into her own this year, man. She came into her own this year. You talk about somebody who's just vastly improved, or somebody who, when I first seen Tiffany Stratton, I didn't really think she was gonna have the passion and the drive for the business, and she has proved me wrong, and I will gladly eat my words, because she has absolutely showed up and showed out every chance that she's gotten, and she is one of those women that I just hate is just trapped in NXT, man, because she's going to do awesome on the main roster.
Exactly, man. Another one of those poor souls trapped down there, man. But she's great. She really came into her own, man. Proved a lot of people wrong, man, including myself. And she's a a great, phenomenal talent. Next up on the list, Charlotte Flair, man. She had a good year. Good year of a team of Charlotte Flair, which makes it a good year, man. Not much of her, but once we got to see of Charlotte, we're actually really good, man, and that's great to see.
Definitely, man. Definitely. When we did get to see her, she's been pretty good, and she hasn't been shoved down our throats this year, so that's nice. Next up, we have Athena. Talk about somebody who I feel very bad is trapped in a certain place. She's trapped in Ring of Honor with no fucking sight, with no light at the end of the tunnel spotted yet. And my God, please get her out of Ring of Honor, because her work in Ring of Honor shows that she does not need to be in Ring of Honor. So for that, Athena definitely secures a spot for Women's Superstar of the Year.
Definitely, man. Definitely. Easily carried that ROH Women's Division, if you want to call it that. Might as well just call it the Athena Women's Division. Phenomenal. And it sucks that she's trapped down there in Tony Khan Purgatory.
Definitely.
Next up on the list, man. Asuka, from coming into her own this year, as truly Asuka we've all been waiting to get, man. From the face paint. Got her all, man. She's women's world champ this year, man. Or Raw world champ. Well, Raw women's champ, but same thing at the end of the day. Great moment, man. Pretty good year for Asuka, man. Finally get to see her at being Asuka.
Definitely, man. So, yes, with the next, Asuka had a fantastic year, man, for sure. And then with the next nominee, we have Rhea Ripley. Rhea Ripley, man. Dude, amazing match with Charlotte Flair in the Open, or at WrestleMania, I mean. Amazing match with her there. She would then go on to not really do much in terms of putting herself in a storyline. She was more involved with her faction storylines, but somehow, some way, her star rose to heights that I don't know anybody expected. She's fantastic. She's doing her thing. She is, without a doubt, a nominee for Women's Superstar of the Year, is Rhea Ripley.
Definitely, man. She had a phenomenal year, man. Really came into her own and just popularity. And it's great to see, man. It really is. And last up, Women's Superstar of the Year nominee, man, Bianca Belair. Even though she was Super Cena, nonetheless, she's putting on good matches and telling stories, man. And you love to see it. And she is an immense talent, truly deserving of a Women's Superstar of the Year nominee, man.
Definitely, bro. Definitely. And that is going to do it for the Women's Superstar of the Year. And moving on to our final 4 hours later, the men's honorable mentions of the year. I'm going to just quick name them real quick, man. We got LA Knight. We got Will Ospreay. We got Swerve Strickland. We got Samoa Joe. Samoa Joe showed he could still be as over as possible as he was when he was in WWE. Swerve elevated himself to a main event caliber superstar in 2023, and I'm so excited for him, especially. Will Ospreay did mark out for some money, but every time we see Will Ospreay, man, he knocks it out of the park. And LA Knight is a guy that just took himself from fucking absolutely nothing to something, man. But what are your thoughts on the honorable mentions?
There's some great honorable mentions, man. Both LA Knight and Swerve made themselves into world championship level talents this year in the span of a few months alone, man. They both did phenomenal in their own right, man. Will Ospreay, he did great, even though, like you said, he marked out for that Tony Khan money. He's going to do great, and he's been putting out bangers, and he's going to put on even more in AEW, man. So that's going to be nice to see. And Samoa Joe, finally got his moment at the end of the year of finally being a world champion of a major wrestling company, but kept himself over, man. He kept himself on top, man.
Definitely, man. And that is your honorable mentions for the male superstar of the year. And as for your actual list, here we are, man, starting off with Chicago Phil, CM Punk. Starting off with CM Punk at the top of the list, man. CM Punk, you know, we had the AEW CM Punk aftermath, CM Punk return aftermath, as I believe it was a bad booking decision of the year. But the reason it was on an honorable mention list is because even through all that, that man kept Collision afloat.
Mhm.
It still was good television, even though it was confusing at times. It was still decent television, man. And CM Punk had a great year. Did as much as he could in AEW before he absolutely flipped another fucking gasket and lunged at his boss. But but that earned CM Punk a at least a nominee for Male Superstar of the Year.
Definitely is the goat after all. From although not doing himself phenomenally on Collision, could have done better. But doing Collision better. To returning to WWE and just being insane over there and just having that over there. You cannot put CM Punk on a Superstar of the Year nominee, man. Next up, the Tribal Chief himself, man, Roman Reigns. From beating Cody Rhodes in the most embarrassing moment of that man's life in the main event of WrestleMania to losing everything he built in the span of a few months. Great, great storytelling, great matches, great moments, great aura. And it's just been a fucking phenomenal fucking career year for Roman Reigns that I will cherish forever, man. So you cannot not put Roman on Superstar of the Year.
Yeah, and I seen a lot of fucking people snubbing him from the Men's Superstar of the Year category as if this man wasn't damn near on television for the first, or as if this man wasn't frequently on television for the first 8 months out of the year. I'm tired of the Roman Reigns disrespect. This is a career year. Nobody made you feel and nobody made you care more about what they had going on this year than Roman Reigns, and don't fucking tell me otherwise. Because I've been waiting for this for a while, dude, because I am sick and tired of the Roman Reigns fucking slander in 2023. I'm tired of it, bro. I'm tired of it. The Tribal Chief earned that spot for the Male Superstar of the Year. Earned it tenfold. Speaking of another guy that earned it, man, the next entry on the list, Gunther, the Intercontinental Champion, the longest reigning Intercontinental Champion of all time. He did that this year. Every time this man steps in a ring, he fucking has his opponent in the palm of his hand, bro. This man is an absolute destroyer. This man will dissect you like nobody will dissect you, bro. Gunther's the man, bro. There's no much more to say than Gunther. Or no much more to say about Gunther than he's just the fucking man.
He really is, man. Had a phenomenal year. Fucking great IC champ. Broke the record. Broke the record with phenomenal matches, man. Brought the Miz to a fucking great fucking phenomenal match. I mean, come on. Great year, man. And it's gonna get even greater for Gunther, man. I can't wait to get that world title on him, man. But even as IC champ, he's at the top of the fucking world, man. Next up on the list, Sami Zayn, man. Speaking of top of the world, man. Talking about being at the top of the world in terms of storytelling. The story of the year, man. Great fucking moments. Great matches. Great sad moments. Great happy moments. Phenomenal year for Sami Zayn, dude.
Absolutely, bro. Absolutely. This man, Sami Zayn. I said it a couple days ago, man. But in the year 2023, WWE made me feel like a kid again, and a lot of it has to do with the honorary Oos, Sami Zayn, bro. A lot of it has to do with him. But as for our next entry, his heart's been broke so many times he does not know what to believe. Cody Rhodes. We got Cody Rhodes, man. You know, he had a year of setbacks, and I think the year 2024, he's finally going to get his flowers, at least I hope, and finally finish that story, bro. But yeah, man. So Cody Rhodes won the Royal Rumble this year. He main evented WrestleMania. He did a bunch of cool. He main evented Survivor Series with War Games, man. He had a pretty good year. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't perfect at all, but it was it was a pretty good year. I can't say he had a horrible year.
Exactly, man. It wasn't a bad year. It wasn't a perfect year, but it wasn't a bad year, man. He had, whether good or bad, a lot of moments this year, man. A lot of good feuds, a lot of non-good ones. But he's Cody Rhodes. He's at the top, man, and he did pretty great this year, man. I think his 2024 is gonna be even better. At least I hope it is. Next up on the list, man, Bryan Danielson. Great year for him. He's had all the matches he always wanted, man. He's got the Okada match. He's got all these matches. Phenomenal story, told with stories with the likes of MJF, man, and phenomenal year for Bryan Danielson, man, truly.
Definitely, man. Definitely. Brian, for as much injuries that went on, he still had a tremendous year, and every time he was there, knocked it out of the park, man. You fucking gotta give respect to somebody who goes out there with a broken orbital bone and wrestles with an eye patch like a fucking pirate. But with the next entrant in the list, man, Seth Rollins. Seth Rollins had a career year in terms of his work rate. He told great stories. His story with Finn, I loved. His story with Nakamura was okay. It was okay for what it was, man. Great matches, man. Matches. He brought Logan Paul to a great match. He was in the U.S. title chamber. Brought him and AJ Styles had a really good match at Night of Champions, man. He became the inaugural World Heavyweight Champion, or at least this version of it. He had a fantastic year, told a lot of good stories, and he is on the crux of telling another fucking fantastic story with CM Punk. Amazing year for Seth freaking Rollins.
Exactly, man. Great year for just Seth Rollins, where he finally was given everything he gave back to this company with that World Heavyweight title, man. Had a pretty good year, pretty awesome year. Great stories, great moments, great crowd reactions, man. You love to see it, man. I think Seth had a pretty good fucking year, and I think his 2024 is gonna be even more interesting. Next up on this list, man, main event Jey Uso himself, man. Jey Uso from breaking out of the tag team, obviously of the Usos, man, being and doing great, man, telling phenomenal stories at the start of the year with the bloodline stuff and Sami Zayn and their connection to leaving the bloodline to being on his own, to the trials he has to go on Raw from all the shit he done in the past. Phenomenal, dude. Absolutely phenomenal, and he deserves everything in 2024, man.
100%, man. 100%. Absolutely made a main event superstar out of himself this year, for sure. And for the next entrant, man, we have Maxwell Jacob Friedman. MJF, bro. We had MJF. MJF had a phenomenal year. He was AEW champion for the whole entire year, literally up until the last 2 days of the year. He was the AEW champion for the majority, 99% of 2023. He absolutely showed out. Man wrestled injured. Man told great stories. And that's one thing you can always count on with MJF. He's always going to tell you a story, and he's always going to make sure it's quality. That's the one thing about MJF. He's always going to make sure his work is quality, and that you gotta, MJF is a perfectionist. He is one of the best. He's one of the best prodigies we've ever seen in professional wrestling, and I can't wait to see him around for years upon years upon years, because he is way, way, way too good. He's way too good, man. He really is.
He really is. Man, it's phenomenal. He had a great year. I think he's the best AEW champion they had, man.
100%.
Truly put all his work, all his body into it, man. And he deserves every bit of praise that he should get this year, man. Because he truly did carry AEW this year, man. Speaking of the last person on the list of men's superstar of the year, the other man that carried AEW this year, man, Christian Cage, dude. From just being Christian this year, man. I mean, all the promos he had, all the moments of just being foul, talking crazy, and just telling great stories with people, man. He's been great at it this year, man, and I really can't wait to see how it goes in 2024. for Christian Cage.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. He had an amazing year. He had an amazing year just being himself, being one of the best TNT champions that this company's ever had. And yeah, man, he had an awesome year. He had an amazing, amazing year. Just being Christian, bro. Just doing Christian things. So that is the nominees for Men's Superstar of the Year. Holy shit, ladies and gentlemen. We finally made it to the end. We finally made it to the end. I definitely didn't see this happening in 2024, but we did our longest live stream. We're clocked in at 4 hours and 6 minutes on OBS. Let me see what we're at on YouTube. We're at 4 hours and 3 minutes. But holy shit, we made it. We're here. You know, this is what we do, bro. This is what we do. So, man, long show. But the reason, obviously, the reason we do this is so we don't turn out a 4-hour year-end award show. Because now our year-end award show, exactly, because now our year-end show will run smoothly. But, dude, for real, first show of the year, coming out hot with a 4-hour live stream. Okay, that's something. That's something, bro. But, man, thank you guys so much for joining us, bro. Again, as I scroll down my long list, again, Wednesday, January 3rd, 2024, 9 p.m. Central, man. So, tomorrow, now that we're on the 2nd. And speaking of the 2nd, just want to give a happy birthday shout out to my mother, my OG. So happy birthday to her. Happy birthday to her, man. And
happy
yeah.
Birthday,
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. So yeah, we'll see you guys in about 30 something hours with the year-end awards. But like I said, man, I apologize for the long stream, but speaking of, we just talked about the Iron Man match. Well, I think we are the fucking Iron Men of streaming. Here we are, man. 4 hours talking straight about wrestling, bro. Amazing. But yes. So yes, I want to apologize to you guys for the long stream, but you know, this is what we do, bro. And I hope you guys did enjoy the stream. It's a bit of a lengthy one, but our year-end show will now run smoothly. So with that, man, want to wish you guys a happy new year again. Now that we're in January of 2024, and yeah, man, I want to thank you guys for real. If you watched the whole 4 hours, thank you so much, for real, because that's insane. But for real, man, thank you guys so much. Thank you guys. I appreciate you guys so much. And it has been always a pleasure for my Johnny Mayhem.
And I certainly.
And that is going to do it for this edition of the Notorious Heels Podcast, the 2023 year-end preview awards show. With that, ladies and gentlemen, please like, comment, and subscribe. And we will see you guys on Wednesday after AEW Dynamite with the 2023 year-end awards.
Peace.
I used to get pills on the bitch. Now I throw shields on the dick to stop me from that HIV shit. And niggas know they soft like a Twinkie fillin', playing the villain, prepare for this rap killing. Biggie Smalls is the illest. Your style is played out like Arnold, and that's what you talking about, Willis. The thrill is gone. The black Frank White is here to excite. Throw dick to dice. Bitches are like I'm brainless guns.